With each other, which we rarely get that nice opportunity. So the meeting will come to order. And would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome everyone this afternoon. We do have a quorum. All 5 members are here with us. We will be moving into special reports, but before we do, I do want to make sure that everyone does understand. We on item 9B, we have actually put that into a continuance and for further review. So we will not be discussing that today. And if you would like to share public comment on that, which you are certainly welcome to do, you would then go ahead and request the public comment that is actually under item 5, because it won't be on the agenda today. Okay, so thank you.
President Robinette.
Yes, Director Rice?
Thank you. I just had a quick question because I don't know what the procedure is. I know if it's not on the agenda, we can't talk about it, but I don't know what the procedure for pulling something is. Because, I mean, I spent some time doing some work for that item that I could have spent on other items, and so I just want to know what the procedure is.
Did you see the email on it?
I saw that it was pulled, but I didn't see another email.
Yesterday? Mm-hmm. Okay, because we were all informed yesterday, I believe.
Right.
And so I would ask legal counsel, Mr. Carmel, on the continuance process.
I'm not sure I understand the question. In this case, the president chose to pull the item.
Okay, so just under the president's authority should decide. Which is fine. I just wanted to know what happened. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move then into item 2A. And first, we have with us under special reports from the Sheriff's Department, we have, I believe, yes, Captain Jim Taylor is here. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the period between March 24th and April 28th, the Sheriff's Office received 378 calls for service in Cambria. Included in those numbers were 23 traffic stops, 11 pedestrian contacts, 10 foot patrols. We had 17 alarm calls for both audible and motion sensor alarms. 8 of those were businesses, 9 were residential. There were no losses associated with any of those calls. There were 11 incomplete 911 calls that required deputies respond to check. Nothing of any significance came out of those. We had 23 disturbing the peace calls. They ranged from loud music to a fight on Center Street between 2 men. There were 7 arrests, 1 for burglary, 1 for violation of a protection order, 1 for public intoxication, and then there were 4 separate warrant arrests. We had 14 petty theft reports during this period. 1 theft was from an ATM machine at the Heritage Oaks Bank where a stolen ATM card was used. 1 theft was a package that was stolen off the front porch of a residence in the 2200 block of Madison Street. There was 1 generator stolen from a vehicle that was left at a repair shop in the 2400 block of Village Lane. We had 11 thefts, so the remainder of the thefts were from unlocked cars. I know I keep harping on this every time we have a meeting, but if we locked our cars, we'd cut our theft rate by more than half. The unlocked cars were all entered on the evening of March 23rd. The thefts occurred in the area of Worcester, Pembroke, Wellington, Warwick, Weymouth, Chiswick, Ashby, and Sunbury. So I don't know if they started at the water and worked their way in or started in and worked their way to the sea, but they were busy. We had 3 burglaries. We had a burglary of a locked vehicle parked at the Elephant Seal Lookout. Suspect entered the car and made off with a insignificant amount of Chinese money. I'm not really sure what he's going to do with that. We had a burglary at Lombardi's Pizza on the 22nd. Suspect stole cash and 2 cases of wine. Total loss was about $460. There was no video footage or prints recovered at the scene. Suspect forced entry through the back door of the restaurant. We had a burglary to a residence reported on the 10th. The suspect entered a house using a key that had been hidden by the owner, and then he stole the owner's $90,000 2014 Jaguar convertible. Well, when the description of the vehicle was given to the other deputies by the deputy who took the report, the other deputies recalled seeing the vehicle in town driven by a subject identified as Micah Clendenin. So they began looking for Clendenin, and they located him on the 13th of April after having previously recovered the car. From the vehicle, they recovered fingerprints and DNA evidence, and they later located Clendenin and arrested him for the vehicle theft and the burglary. The DA has filed an enhancement on the case due to the value of the car. So if you have a vehicle that's worth over $65,000, there is an enhancement. So if convicted, Clendenin has to serve 1 additional year in state prison on top of any other sentence that he might receive because of the value. We had 1 grand theft. It was a phone scam. Victim received a phone call from a young man who identified himself as her grandson. The suspect said he was in Chile, that he was in jail. Excuse me, he was in jail. He'd been involved in a traffic accident. He then put someone on the phone who identified himself as a Chilean attorney who said that it was going to cost $2,959 to get her grandson out of trouble. They gave her the account information, and she wired the money there. After doing so, she then called her grandson to make sure he was okay. She got the actual grandson in Chile who said, "I'm not in jail and I'm not in any trouble." So there's not a lot we can do except warn people that when you get calls over the phone, always verify, call back, and, speak to the person, maybe talk to a family member or a friend. Does this sound right to you? We had 3 battery reports. On the 17th, we had a man who reported to the medical clinic staff that he was assaulted. However, he was uncooperative and wouldn't provide any information to the deputies when they met with him. On the 26th, we had deputies respond to a fight between 2 men on Center Street. They discovered the fight had broken out when one man had accused another of spreading rumors about him. There were no major injuries, and a report was taken and sent to the DA for review. We also took on the 29th a courtesy report for the Reading Police Department regarding an assault that occurred in their jurisdiction several days before. We had 1 vandalism. That was to a wooden residential gate and a rain gutter downspout. The damage is valued at $450. Our staffing, as of this month, remains at 1 commander, 1 sergeant, 21 deputies assigned to patrol, 1 school resource deputy, and 1 rural crimes deputy. And that's the report.
Wow, I thank you, but it's always worrisome because it seems like that report gets even a little more with more activity. Are you noticing an increase?
I was asked about it at the NCAC meeting about property crimes in particular, and what I noticed when I put these reports together for the other communities that I report to is that we are seeing an increase in property crimes. There's an ebb and flow. There's periods where it might be lower, but I think overall we are seeing an increase, and there's probably a lot of reasons for it. One, I think, is that there was a change in the laws. About a year ago, the voters passed a voter initiative that was under the heading of Safe Streets, and what it did was lessen the penalty for a lot of property thefts. And so now a lot of crimes that we used to arrest people for, like stealing tools from a construction site, we simply write them a ticket, and then they get turned loose. And so you figure if they get caught 1 in 6 times that they steal, the other 5 times they're out there, and they know what the dollar amount is, so if they stay below $1,000, it's difficult to do much to them.
Wow, it really is. And I noticed when you were talking about the lady whose, was it grandson called? Mm-hmm. Has anyone in this audience ever had a friend or anybody else they've heard the same story? Raise your hand. I think it's rather amazing. That is something that people are doing where they're alarming. Generally, it might be a grandparent or someone who just wants to help. So I really appreciated you bringing that up. and what to do. You know, of course, try to check with a family member and see, really, is this true? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. Just curious, maybe outside your jurisdiction, seems like there's a lot more loud planes going over the area. Is there like anything that you know of? It seems like I've had a couple people ask me about it, and like today there were quite a few very
Like commercial
like jets.
or military?
No,
or?
like I think they're military. I'm not an expert on.
I don't
like
know.
I said, it's probably outside your jurisdiction. I just didn't know if they were doing extra training at Vandenberg
They're
or
probably
somewhere.
well.
or-
They're probably doing training at Lemoore Naval Air Station because
Okay.
they'll fly this way quite often. And I had just over the weekend was working on my property in North County, and buzzing right over the top were 2 Navy jets, which is why I think they're probably all from Lemoore. So
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Sheriff Taylor, we do have a request from public comment. I imagine, is it a comment? You want to ask a question? You want to come up? Come up. Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. Thank you, President Robinette. I was at the NCAC meeting last Wednesday, as you know, Commander Taylor, and I am really concerned about the crime level, the elevation of crime level in our town. What I asked Commander Taylor was, can we possibly get more coverage? We don't have enough coverage. Our town has some issues, and the issues are growing and growing with every report he seems to be giving. Also, I would like to say that a friend of mine in our neighborhood on Park Hill received 2 calls, scam calls from the IRS. She was very smart. I asked her to call the sheriff's department, also call the FBI. But people, please don't pick up. If you have a caller ID and you see IRS or anything related to that, please don't even pick it up. If they want to leave a message and they're legit, they'll leave a message. But if you don't have caller ID, I think that would be a really good thing for a lot of people to get. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I agree, those are very helpful comments, because not only are we getting the scams of wanting money, but with taxes due and the IRS, that's another one. And what people are getting, how many people have gotten calls from, quote, the IRS is after us too? I mean, have you noticed some of us are the same people? We're on somebody's radar. But I think, again, and I appreciate that, Tina, it is that we do really need to be, I think, very, very cautious. And I think most of us are getting, so we don't answer the phone anymore unless we recognize the phone number or the ID. And it shouldn't be that way. We don't like that, but on the other hand, I think, too, any additional sheriff support that we can have here in our community, we would surely appreciate that.
Well, in the sheriff's offices, we're currently going through the budget process with the county, and the sheriff has asked for additional deputy sheriffs for various positions. Some are for the gang unit. Some are for a homeless unit that is going to try and take some of the burden off of patrol to deal with homeless issues. And then he is asking for additional patrol deputies for the patrol stations. So if anybody wanted to make a phone call or write a letter or an email to their supervisor expressing support, we'd certainly appreciate that.
Thank you. And General Manager Gruber, I know we had talked about this very thing too, and I think it would be really helpful if we had a letter from our CSD to request if there is additional service we could have. We would really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, moving then to item 2B, and we have yet another very special presentation. If you recall, last time at the meeting we had 2 of our 3 new firefighters here with us with the SAFER grant program. And so I'm going to, Battalion Chief Shauhoop, turn it over to you, and welcome back.
Thank you. Is it okay if I give my report and then we do the badge pinning afterwards?
Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So this report's for March. However, I'm going to start with just a couple of notable instances that occurred recently. The first one is yesterday late afternoon, there were some power lines that went down off of Cambria Pines Road, about 200 feet of power line in a gully. It's been an area where they've fallen before. It did spark a very small fire. We can attribute that to the high fuel moistures that are in the grasses and in the ravine that it fell in. However, if this happened, a month or two later, it might have been an entirely different situation. So there were very little suppression efforts. It's just a reminder that, with the winds and the trees, we're pretty sure it was a branch that probably fell on the power lines. And we're having one of our chiefs talk with PG&E and make sure that they understand that this isn't the first time that this has occurred. The second instance was started on, it was April 8th, just before 7 p.m. Both fire engines responded to a report of a residential structure fire in the 600 block of Buckley Drive. When crews arrived, they found a large residential structure with smoke coming out of the basically underneath the structure, a very large structure, very main. It was a residential structure in the main house. They quickly pulled their hoses down the driveway, down several steps into the doorway where the smoke was coming from, and extinguished the fire within minutes. Underneath the house, after we put the fire out, we realized that it was actually quite a large shop area with a high fire load, lots of items to burn. So it was a very good stop by our fire department. We should be very proud of them. It saved definitely hundreds of thousands of dollars. So kudos to them. Going on with the report, the statistics for March are attached for your review. We did 191 training hours for the Cambria Fire Department for the month of March. They did their monthly drill on Saturday, March 12th, which was conducted at the Fiscalini Ranch Reserve. And they worked with CHP-70, which is our helicopter that's out of Paso Robles, and they went over their rescue techniques with the helicopter crew, and they landed the helicopter out at Fiscalini Ranch and trained on helicopter rescue, creating landing zones and such. So we thank Fiscalini Ranch for letting them land the helicopter there, and CHP for coming out to train with us. Very valued training. Next item I'd like to discuss is I did mention at the last meeting, May 5th is our wildland urban interface drill. Pretty sure by now everybody knows that it exists and that there'll be several fire engines in their town on May 5th. And there will also be a fire preparedness event at the Catholic Church with fire engines, and the ambulance crew will be there, and that'll be more for the public. But the wildland urban interface drill is pretty much an exercise for the fire department. I don't want you to think that we're going to ignore the public. They'll definitely wave and stop when they can, but just to understand that they are training and they're treating it just as if it were a real fire. And then with that, we can go ahead and start our swearing in for our safer firefighter.
Perfect segue.
So I would like to call up Ian Pullman. He has a much longer last name, but I'm abbreviating it. And his father. So actually, if you stand over here, I'll go ahead and bring Monique up for.
Nice to see both of you, Ian and Matt.
And so Monique will read the swearing in, and Father, you can go ahead and. Would you like to introduce your father? I asked him earlier.
This is my father, Matt Van Verden Pullman.
I use the full last name.
Can we get the microphone sort of over that way? Yeah, maybe you can hold it.
Do solemnly swear or affirm
Do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic, that I will bear
true faith
true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And if you would both just stay there for a moment, and does that conclude what you're doing today?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, well, I think then we'll be a little spontaneous here and introduce another special person who probably has a couple of words also to say to Ian. And I would like to welcome forward our new chief for the fire department, Chief Hollingsworth, if you would come forward. This is truly a spontaneous moment, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Welcome. But I thought you might like to say a few words to the newest of the safer firefighters, and just we just wanted to welcome you in this new capacity too.
Well, thank you. And yes, we would. We just want to add our welcome from the employee group as a whole. As you well know, it's real important that we move and strive towards a full complement staffing that we've talked about in the past. Try to get to that point where we have 4 people on the engine for the safety of our own personnel and that of the community. The SAFER grant definitely gets us there. And for the next 2 years, we need to be real diligent on how we move forward and how we're going to proceed. And with open arms, we welcome Ian along with the other 2. And this is a huge step, and we couldn't have done it without your support of the administration and the board of directors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to give both a special welcome, as only we do here in Cambria. I'd like to welcome. Congratulations to you both. Okay, next we have kind of an encore presentation. As some of you, there wasn't very much too much attention or attendance the day that we had the first time that we did present the proclamation to the Historical Society, because it happened to be the day we had the power outage. And so we had nothing, no sound, no nothing. So we did go ahead and make the presentation, but I just felt it didn't have its due just. And so I had invited then John Eller to come back today. And we have actually even more of a treat today as we make this proclamation presentation. We also have our town criers. We have with us Bev and Jerry Pratt. And so I'm going to have them begin, and then I'll join you in a minute.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. My lords, my ladies,
members of the Cambria Historical Society,
honored and esteemed citizens of Cambria,
in this year,
2016,
we pause to commemorate the sesquicentennial of the establishment of our charming seaside village.
In the early years, this thriving metropolis was called by a variety of names, including Slabtown,
San Simeon,
Santa Rosa,
and Cambria.
There was much disagreement among the denizens of the village about which appellation would prevail.
Slabtown was considered a derogatory reference to the preferred construction technique utilized by some and was promptly eliminated from the competition.
Both San Simeon and Santa Rosa were derived from Spanish, and the pronunciation of words in that language is unambiguous.
Of all the possible selections,
only one could generate a dispute about how to pronounce it.
So it was the obvious choice.
Cambria, being a Latin word, could only have been correctly pronounced Cambria.
However, not many citizens were aware of this important point, as very few spoke fluent Latin.
In English, all words beginning with C-A-M,
except the past tense of the verb to come,
are pronounced with a short A, as in camera,
camel,
and campaign.
In spite of this fact, a number of people insist on calling our town Cambria.
There are several ways in which this controversy could be settled.
Each faction could select a champion who would compete in a joust.
Or perhaps a chess match.
Or we could have a town hall meeting followed by a non-binding advisory vote.
Which would be totally ignored.
But would generate countless letters to the editor of the Cambrian.
Or we could simply accept that there will always be a difference of opinion on this matter.
After all, in the words of the immortal bard,
what's in a name?
That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Our village is a quintessentially quaint community, no matter how you say it. May God bless America.
Thank you.
Thank you. And John said the truth, that would be a hard act to follow. And that was well done. It is my privilege today to present you with the Cambria Community Service District Proclamation for the Cambria Sesquicentennial. I want everyone here to say that. It is for the 150th year of our community, but it is an interesting word. Whereas 2016 marks the 150th anniversary of the community of Cambria, established in 1866 after the land of Rancho Santa Rosa, originally inhabited by Native Americans of the Chumash and Salinan tribes, and then owned by Don Juliano Estrada, and later Domingo Pujol, was subdivided and sold. And whereas settlers from other American states and immigrants from Spain, Mexico, England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, the Azores, Switzerland, and Italy, and China chose to live and work here. And whereas the U.S. government officially recognized the Cambria, California, on January 10, 1870, after its residents discussed and agreed to the new name. And whereas Cambria survived several devastating fires, floods, and droughts during its history, reinventing itself according to local, state, and world economies, and whereas the population ebbed and flowed, ranging from the second largest town in San Luis Obispo County down to a humble population of 800, as area residents engaged in farming, mining, lumbering, whaling, dairying, cattle ranching, and operating local business establishments. This is a lot on this size thing. Whereas, fortunately, John and I have done this before, whereas in 1917, Cambria's native son, State Senator Elmer Rigdon, introduced a bill for the construction of Highway 1 from Cambria to Carmel, which was completed and opened in 1937. thusly eliminating the town's reputation as being, quote, where the highway ends. And whereas the dedication of William Randolph Hearst La Cuesta Encantada as a state park, and with the opening of State Highway 46 West, Cambria found itself on the way to many points of interest on the Central Coast and is now designated a destination in and of itself, where the pines meet the sea. With one of only 3 native Monterey pine forests worldwide, and whereas tourism has brought Cambria to its current prosperity, with more than 40 nonprofit organizations also benefiting the community, and whereas Cambria functions under the authority of the San Luis Obispo County Supervisorial District 2. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Cambria Community Service District does hereby recognize Cambria's sesquicentennial. Congratulations.
Thank you, Director Robinette. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say it, please?
One of the missions of the Cambria Historical Society is to preserve the historical artifacts of our community, and this is certainly one we'll treasure, and we will have it on display at the museum. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much. And item 3C, we have with us today our, from Balance Public Relations, we have Senator Dean Flores, who will give us a quarterly update.
Thank you, Madam President. I will not say Cambria anywhere in this presentation. Cambria. Appreciate that. Very good presentation. Well, first I want to go ahead and put some slides up and then go through this report, kind of piece by piece, if I could. I guess, Monique, we can go to the next slide. Oh, they're in small print. There we go. Okay, great. I want to go through the scope of work. I always do this on a quarterly basis, and let's just go. Obviously, there's 5 pieces of work the district is signed up for. I want to go through each piece by piece, maybe the next slide. On the strategic advisory work, obviously the sustainable water system continues to be the focus of our work. Most of that, as you know at this point, is EIR discussions that are happening quite frequently and on a weekly basis, and seem to be making great progress. I will say that that's important because as we begin to talk about a regular permit at the Coastal Commission, a lot of these EIR questions do come up rather early. And I think it's a good thing to have your consultants all on the same call, all talking the same language. I'd like to also mention under this type of work, the wastewater issues. Obviously, at this point in time, you guys have decided to look internally for some wastewater improvements. I think that's a great thing short term. However, let me put an asterisk on that and say that as you start to look long term, please continue to be in the pool at the state, particularly in the bond realm. And the reason for that is it is all great and good to get funding, but if it doesn't pass the Coastal Commission, it doesn't mean much. So I think the overall goal is to make sure that you are communicating. The Coastal Commission is well aware of even early bond financing that you are doing. I don't have to give you the examples of even residents here in the city who sometimes have the funding, but yet talk to the Coastal Commission and find out they can't do something. So I would try to really encourage you to, as we have, try to be educated and work with the Coastal Commission staff as you're thinking about the next round of funding, the long-term funding necessary to make the wastewater treatment part and parcel of the longer-term solution. So I do want to make sure that you're aware of that. And I would also like to mention that on participation workshops, the state continues to have many of these, and I've actually encouraged the state to try to come down to this area. It's kind of lacking on the coastal side to make sure that we can actually participate in that, and that would include recycled water issues as well. So let me go to the next slide. Oh, and there's my magic percent. So the president has always asked me every quarter to see kind of where we're at, big picture, and we've probably have made about a 10 to 15% increase. So we're at about 60% in terms of this particular category. So let me go on to the next slide. In terms of the grant funding, obviously Prop 84 is now kind of moved forward. We continue to try to close that. I've mentioned Prop 1. I would hope that the board will continue to recognize that this Prop 1 funding, it sounds like from where the legislature's at, is about to have some significant discussion in the legislature about another round of funding, drought funding, as we head into this 5th or 6th year. There are a few bills that are actually talking about expanding the pool. I would not be surprised if the legislature, with the governor's support, passed another round of funding. You should know that the funding was oversubscribed 6 times, and that was only on the 2nd day. So as the staff now is moving forward, although your project has received a project manager, I still think you should continue to move on and continue to look at those public funds. No doubt that loans and the low-interest loans are important, but the grant funding, I think Cambria would really take advantage of, would be in a great shape for the ratepayers here, actually add a very big part of the overall solution. I may also mention, if I could, the state regulation participation. The Department of Water Resources is obviously having and closing on many regulations that will impact the district. Many of those are coming every month. One of them will be drinking water fee issues that will actually impact this district. Those regulations began discussion on April 29th. That will end somewhere in July, and they're really aimed at small districts. So we are keeping an eye on that for you, but you should know that the state board has recognized that with a less water but high cost in terms of some of the plants that they've built means higher fees, because you have bought into something based on, if you will, water flow that is no longer there. So therefore, the board is struggling with how to kind of balance those long-term costs with less water, less users, and still the same loan costs. So I think the board is now beginning those discussions, and we will obviously be there to make sure and monitor, how the district's going to be impacted. Moving on to the next slide. The education and outreach side, obviously, we have been reaching out to Coastal Commission members. We were very fortunate to have a few meetings at Newport with a few commissioners to talk about what Cambria is up to, what it's doing, and more importantly, some of the impacts that we have. I do know that we will have our GM in Sacramento on Monday as well. We have a few meetings. One will be most likely with the chair of our State Water Resources Board, Felicia Marcus, and a few folks there to talk about the overall larger issues of the district in 3 areas, not just Coastal Commission, but really about sustainable water project, talking about ongoing improvements in terms of wastewater, and in what the fee system will look like once the board begins to discuss those. We hopefully have quite a bit of discussions there. We also will be meeting with 2 chairs. So we have our GM meeting with Fran Pavley, who is the chair of the Senate Water Committee. We're also meeting with the Assembly Water Committee chairperson, Mark Levine. So we have those 2 meetings scheduled, and we're going to keep Jerry busy as usual when he comes up to Sacramento. The overall goal of those meetings, obviously, is to give him an update, and having a GM there who is well aware of everything you're doing. Every moment of the day is probably the best use of time, and I think it gives me a much better, and them a much better flavor of what's going on here in the district. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. In terms of the regulatory legislative work, obviously, I did mention the Education Day in Sacramento. We continue to do those more often now. I think we have found that just one day doesn't cover it. So we try to take as much as a GM's time, at least once a quarter, to get him up and to talk about some of these issues. I will say that the Division of Financial Assistance that got us our reimbursement rate, and I know that Bob's working on the last 5% or so to make sure we pull those in. We want to make sure that's as seamless as possible, although that may be more of a county issue. We do want to make sure at the state level that proceeds very quickly, fast, and actually funds can move a lot quicker. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And of course, the bevy of agencies that continue to stand before the board and on our path to a regular permit, we continue to talk to. We still have ongoing work with state parks. We have ongoing work, obviously, with the State Water Board. No doubt Coastal Commission, and I would be remiss to say Fish and Game and others are very important in terms of our discussions. Always letting them know a little ahead of time before an issue happens, kind of what we're up to, what we're doing. And let me see. Let's go. I think that's the last slide, Monique. Briefing days. I did kind of want to mention, how many more briefing days do we have? I mean, at some point, I would say that we're actually, when Director Cliff was here, along with a few of you who've gone to Sacramento, I think there are not too many more folks we can meet with in terms of the impact on the water side. So I would say we're about 60% completed, unless we want to do follow-up meetings. Staff is always important as well. We've done some member meetings, but I think the overall goal is to make sure everybody knows who Cambria is and what they're up to and what they're about and what they're doing. And I think that's it, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that information. Do we have any questions, comments? Very informative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We do have under that item now a public comment from Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen, a 14-year resident of Cambria. And I want to say that when I watched the presentations of the PowerPoints on TV and heard them now live in person, I have been very impressed with the ability of PowerPoints to be carried over from month to month without the need of too much change. You can raise the percentages quite easily on a PowerPoint and make it look new. But I would hope that in what you're expecting from this lobbyist, you will be more specific in being able to instruct him as to the details of action that you want to have accomplished. If you are just having meetings, that's fine. But please tell us, the public, what exactly you want him to do as a matter of conveying the policy of CCSD, as you said originally. And I am certain that if you lift this from the consent agenda, you will also explain to us the need for raising this man's pay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I am going to again ask the same respect and courtesy if we're going to applaud for each person sharing their comment, which is what this is about, and I welcome that. Then we want to treat everyone fairly and the same. Thank you. Okay, now we are moving into agenda review. And do we have any items that we want, any items pulled? No one? Okay, thank you. We will now move to public comment, and as you know, item 9B has been carried over, and so if you have comment on that, it will now be shared with us at this time. Okay. All right. So first, public comment under item 5, Shirley Bianchi. And this, of course, is on anything not on the agenda.
Right. And I always have to apologize to everyone for my back. I hate this thing this way. Other than that, my name is Shirley Bianchi, and I'm like Cambria and Cambria. Most people say Bianchi. We say Bianchi. Whatever. It requested my address on the public speaker form, and I didn't put it down because I live way out of town. But I'm here today because I wanted to thank the CCSD very much for its help and support in the Cambria, and I'm speaking for the Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group today, for the actions to get the local hazard mitigation plan, otherwise known as an LHMP. This plan is very important for getting funding from FEMA if there is a disaster, and it's also important to get funding for perceived mitigation measures prior to the disaster happening. So it's really very important, and I appreciate that very much. And I also want to thank you for considering the cogeneration project at the sewer plant, which is also really very important and will be wonderful for this community. And in conclusion, I want to invite everyone to our Fire Safe Fair for, this thing is flashing. For details, please read
You have quite a bit of time yet, so that's
Oh,
good.
okay.
Yes.
Our Fire Safe Fair, which is under the direction of Susie McDonald and Barbara Bronson Gray, have worked really hard to put this fair together. And the special guest will be meteorologist John Lindsay on weather and wildfire. And there'll be wildlife safety info by local emergency crews, evacuation tips and routes. And you can bring your fire extinguisher for free inspection and recharge. So if you have a fire extinguisher and you're not really sure whether it's still functioning, you can bring it down. There's all sorts of other things, and I passed out flyers. For details, you can read the Cambrian. And if you can't, don't take the Cambrian, look it up online. And if you don't have a computer, I guess you're out of luck. So anyway, but thank you all very much. We really appreciate the help and support of the CCSD for our Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make special thank you to Shirley Bianchi also. We really appreciate the time and the work you're doing with the Fire Focus Group, which involves a lot of our organizations that are involved with safety and the fire department and other departments. So thank you for your good work. Okay, and next, under public comment, we have Christina Tobin. Come forward.
All right. Has it started? Okay. Hi, I'm Christina Tobin. I'm the founder of the Free and Equal Elections Foundation. I wanted today to address concerns I've seen firsthand since attending CSD meetings for several months now. At the first water board meeting I went to, I witnessed CSD board member Amanda Rice not being chosen as the VP or president. Procedure, my understanding is for the CSD board to take turns. She's been skipped 2 years in a row. This lacks fairness and accountability, I feel. Last year, Fire Chief Mark Miller resigned from the board of the Forest Committee. Amanda Rice recently resigned from the Forest Committee as well because, as I was informed, she was bullied by the board to do so. Amanda is welcome to address that outstanding issue. I also experienced firsthand, first time in my life actually, at the last board meeting, March 23rd, being bullied, respectfully so, by Mr. Greg Sanders. Many individuals in the community have warned me that Mr. Sanders is a bully. I stand here as almost a 20-year veteran expert in helping reform our electoral system throughout the United States and will not tolerate being treated in such a manner. The second water, thank you. The second water hike rate increase, just absurd. The fact that you remove the penalty for overusage of water after increasing the hike a second time is unacceptable. Only Amanda Rice stood against that. Over 1,200 residents have signed a petition against this water hike rate. The board chose not to listen. Very concerning. Mr. Jerry Gruber's pay raise, 38%. Wow, the pension payout on that would be, well, I have a national organization calculating that, astronomical. Gruber's job says he should work on the weekends, evenings. Well, he's not fulfilling that requirement because he's been continuously resistant towards holding CSD meetings in the evening, stating, once again, I've said it before, he's in bed by 8 p.m. There have also been numerous concerns from people in the community questioning whether or not he's qualified for his job. Many members of the community have expressed concern of huge development here in Cambria. The VP of Green Space, Mary Webb, stated on Facebook the CSD faked a water emergency in order to build a diesel plant without permits so the CSD could open the water wait list to do new development to have current ratepayers, all of you, pay for it all. We'll see if that's the truth. I like to still give the benefit of the doubt. However, Greg Sanders' law firm specializes in development, so I'm a bit concerned about the conflict of interest there. On a lighter note,
Really, let's just
I've tried accessing videos of past meetings online. Slow span server is down for a long time, up and down. I do hope the CSD board can resolve this outstanding issue. It's important for the community to have access to this footage. And I want to end it. I'm going to talk about the change of the time meetings when we address 9E later in this meeting. But I feel that these CSD board members are reelected only because not enough people are involved in our local elections. And the Free and Equal Elections Foundation, my company, and other groups in the community plan on hosting salon-style gatherings, inspiring people to have conversations and get involved. And there are 3 members finally up for re-election this November: Greg Sanders, Gail Robinette, Amanda Rice, and I urge the people of Cambria to get involved and to run for local office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, on public comment, Cindy Bainbridge.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a new resident of Cambria for 5 years, but I am a resident of San Luis Obispo County for 30 years. And the pay raise is why I'm here. You can't judge someone's job until you're in it. And I did go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics to try to find Mr. Gerber's job. And it looked like there were quite a few different jobs that he holds, so it's probably a difficult and big job. But what I did do then is I started to think about it, and I thought, what other profession is guaranteed this type of annual pay increase? I really don't know that. According to a search, I searched other pay, and the average doctor's salary in San Luis Obispo right now is $200,000. The deputy district attorney makes $100,000, and the average superintendent of schools makes $200,000. Ian Parkinson, who is our sheriff of San Luis Obispo County and responsible for the entire county, makes about $250,000, and I'm not including their benefits at all. I guess my question is, what will it cost the residents of Cambria in the future? Especially in the long term, especially after considering the report you just received from the senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. Thank you, President Robinette. In reference to the deleted item, 9B, I have the following comments. It is both shocking and stunning to the Cambria community that before the rate increases made effective March 1st entered the CCSD's coffers by June 10th, the GM and board felt that they could negotiate in closed session both in January and February. By the way, January, the protest, the Prop 218, hadn't even been tabulated, but you were already in closed session before that date of February the 12th, that the GM was, you were going to be worthy of a 6-year contract, in my opinion, gold-plated and diamond-studded. For a community who has sacrificed so much by reducing its water consumption by 50% so that we never ran out of water and tourism was able to sustain our business community, this proposed contract is a slap in the face to Cambria ratepayers. This proposed contract is fiscally irresponsible, and it was why when Cambrians for Fiscal Responsibility protested it, one of the reasons was, I quote, "We have no guarantee that the CSD will use the newly proposed rate increases for purposes outlined by the district, and we have no guarantee that the district will improve the way it manages its financial resources." I would like to say that from April of 2012, Mr. Gruber said this. After a meeting, Mr. Gruber said to the Tribune reporter, he recalled going downtown a year or so ago before he moved to Cambria. Nobody had a nice thing to say about the CSD. I thought that was really unfortunate, he said, and he vowed to change that perception by working with the community. It's not my district or the boards, he said, it's the community's district. I want to be able to walk back into that merchant store and know we're heading in the right direction. I want to point out that Governor Brown By July 1st, 2016, this general manager would have been, if this had gone through today, earning $162 a year less than the governor of California. I would like to say that I find this absolutely remarkable that you can spend our monies that we have just given you through this horrendous rate increase. This is the first item that you actually have put on your agenda prior to the money coming into your coffers for this outlandish way of fiscal irresponsibility. Take it off any agenda. It does not belong. And this is what I want. Flush out the CCSD. Flush it out. Get 3 people in to replace Sanders and Robinette and Director Rice.
Thank you. Jerry McKinnon?
I don't want to give the wrong impression. I'm Jerry McKinnon, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the CLLC. You may not be familiar with the CLLC. The CLLC is the Cambria Last Liars Club. I am their spokesman today because I am here on behalf of our general manager. He doesn't realize that we are supporting him in his duties. He has a variety of duties, and as such, he is performing them well and should be awarded for his performance. Now, in business matters, we award our employees with pay raises. The rumor is going around that there will be a $36,000 pay raise. I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but that's the rumor. Okay, $36,000 a year sounds like a great deal of money. But when you consider that's a year and there are 6,000 people in town, you divide that 36,000 by 6,000 and you have $6 a year. Big deal. Okay, now let's divide that $6 a year into monthly, and what does that turn out to be? 50 cents a month. So the raise that we are going to give Mr. Gerber relates to 50 cents a month. Now that's not very much at all. Now, when we consider that 50 cents a month and your plan, from what I understand, you're going to possibly bring this up for the budget in July. And from past experience, every 6 months you review the budget. Well, I want to say to you that the Cambria Last Liars Club is giving its financial support to our manager for 6 months. I have in my hand quarters. There are 12 quarters set aside for the first 6 months from the 4 members of the Cambria Last Liars Club. We want to make sure that our general manager receives our support. Now, our motto for the Cambria Last Liars Club is to leap before you look. That way, life is just full of surprises. You don't know what's going to come up. So we're going to leap before we look and depend upon this gentleman to do a good job.
Leslie Richard?
Leslie Richards, Cambria resident. I'd like to do a little backwards looking here. Cambria is running out of time and money. September 15th, 2015, CalCoast News article. Meanwhile, the district is awaiting the arrival of a $4.3 million in grant funds to offset rising costs. On Thursday, District General Manager Gruber told the board the district would complete September with a balance of a little more than $600,000. The district's balance sheet is slated to be negative 43 by the end of November if the grant money does not arrive according to the latest projections. In order to acquire the grant funds, the district must have a state-approved water management plan. During this time frame, District Manager Gruber had stated to the Cambrian and to the district directors that because of new requirements by the California Department of Water Resources, we were going to be required to do a regional water management plan, and we had to scramble for 3 months to go ahead and get that document established. But Manager Gruber had made it very clear that the district was unaware of this requirement ahead of time. I have in front of me, and the document I've just handed out to you is California Department of Water Resources Integrated Regional Water Management Grant Programs Certification for Groundwater Management Plan Compliance for the Prop 84 Implementation and Proposition 1E Stormwater Flood Management Grant Programs, Grant Program Implementation, Cambria Community Service District, Cambria Water Emergency Supply Project. As the authorized representative for the agency, I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that agency consents to be subjected to a GWMP that will meet the requirements of CW Section 107-53-57 and be completed within 1 year of the grant application submittal date. This is signed Jerem D. Gruber, name of authorized representative, signature June 30th, 2014. This is the document that Jerry Gruber said that he had no idea we were required to do a groundwater management plan. And so there's only 2 reasons why we had to do it in a panic at the last minute. It was either because he's completely incompetent and can't do his job as a manager for our district, which he was, and we were in a dire situation because of this man's mismanagement, or because of his incompetence, or he did it on purpose to put us into a tight situation to cause a distraction for all the other issues that are going on with this district. So he either created incompetence or he went ahead and did a situation that caused us to be in an absolute panic for 3 months and almost went bankrupt. And the fact that you're giving this man this type of raise is insane to me. And I have 50 copies of this actual document. This is the signed contract, the signed doc, it's part of the grant package. And I have no idea what you're doing here. Thank you very much.
Madam President, the document that she was referring to, we did have. And when we submitted it to the state, they determined that it was not up to date, and therefore we had to update that document and give it to them. And everybody knows that. And so I just wanted to have the last word on that.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A few weeks ago, maybe a few Tuesdays ago, I was walking home on Main Street from my volunteering at the Cambria Grammar School. It was a wonderful little trek along Main Street finally. And then I heard one of those military jets, which for some reason really discombobulate me. But so I looked up, and there on the railings was the sign about Cambria Community District. I had gone to the Cambria Grammar School with my camera that day because I was fascinated with how the Monterey pine are growing at Cambria Grammar School. There are a couple of them which are just, they're looking pretty good, and all of a sudden there's a spike of about 20 feet straight up all by itself. So if you want to look at Monterey pine in an unusual way, they're charming, so go there. But I have an award to give, and I don't know to whom to give it. It's called a peculiar award. It's to the creator or creators of the Cambria Community Services District great sign, that's what I'll call it, for pompous hyperbole and simulated transparency at a level of bureaucratic competence refracting all previous efforts in the town of Cambria, California. Awarded on the 28th of April, 2016, by a Jabberwock fan. I was urged when looking in the looking glass or mirror to do this. Thank you very much, and I'll present it to you because you may well be able to find out who the creators are. Thank you.
Next, Richard Hawley.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Hawley, and I'm a 42-year resident of Cambria, and I'm part of the ever-increasing, shrinking working class in this town. I think there's a good case for a salary reduction to Mr. Gruber as opposed to a raise. And I don't have time here to go into that. But, you know, I've seen 42 years, almost 43 years of CCSD boards. And I have to tell you, and I really hate to tell you this, but this is probably the worst board I've ever seen. Thank you. Oh, one more question, or one more comment on the lobbyists. One of the things that I talked to Mr. Gruber about early in his when he became general manager was the need to actually replace the sewer plant because it's in danger of global warming with higher floodwaters and that sort of thing. So actually, the plant needs to be relocated, and I don't think you can actually get funding legally when a plant is in a flood zone that's under threat. So you need to consider that when you upgrade the sewer plant. Thank you.
Jeff Walters. Is Jeff?
I thought I would dress appropriately for the occasion. I am Jeff Walters. I'm here to address, with some dismay, the formally agendized item 9B, now commentary to the proletariat, I mean public, of course. In question, any dismay as to why it was pulled, I have dismay as to why it was pulled, for I felt it was a masterful in its audacity in which our civic leaders ask us to tighten our belts while they expand theirs. More explicitly, Herr Gruber. I was impressed by your orders and seizing the day with your fiat without any trace of remorse for having seen a number of projects that, though costly to the public and without their full effect, not to mention the loss of livestock to residents and injury to local wildlife, you and your lot with full and glowing glory propose to reward yourself despite results. And I truly admire your hubris and stunning flights of ego, and that in not only ignoring an unduly pesky public, but also salute your masterful censorship of that annoying Jedi Padawan learner Amanda Rice. After all, why should such an upstart presume to have a voice just because she was elected? After all, she merely represents an electorate that has no purpose but to demonstrate your prowess by being ignored. Well done. And again, to demonstrate that prowess by deservedly by ignoring the present crisis and shortfall still under your watch, to reward yourself a salary that rivals not only that of the President of the United States. Now that's leadership. Along with that, I also you may also be in violations of laws regarding that salary, but why worry about such things when you're above them? I commend you for this obvious membership in the Order of the Sith, with one warning: keep your plans in the dark, for when they come to light, they will certainly be your undoing. I am Jeff Walters, and I do not endorse this message. I do wonder why item 9B was pulled from commentary and when it will be restored for the proper scrutiny and oversight it is due to the public. Thank you.
Susan Mackey.
Hi, I am Susan Ladry Mackey, a 3-year resident of Cambria. I hope when you do revisit the salary issue, that's what I want to speak to, that we do know what the actual salary is. Apparently there's a $30,000 discrepancy, so item 9B may have actually been a salary cut rather than a salary raise. So we need to know as a community whether he does make 167 or 197. I'm confused by that. We also need to know as a community where the funding is coming from for his salary. And I think when it's revisited, we need more transparency and more accountability. And we need to know as a community what's going on, because I think that this outcry is because we don't know what's going on. Thank you.
And Constance Higdon Gannon.
Good afternoon. I also would like to speak to the removed agenda item 9B, and just simply to ask a question, which is how we could be near bankruptcy in November of 2015 and have enough money now to not only pay for our fire department again, but also to radically increase the salary of our general manager. I'd like to leave you with that question. Thank you.
Moving on to item 6B, we have no more requests for public comment. We will begin then with the general manager's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Attached is the general manager's report and supporting documentations related to the other managers in the departments. And if I can answer any questions, I'll be more than happy to.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, Madam President. Attached is my general manager's report. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Director Rice?
Thank you. I think most of my questions on the report, the staff reports, are finance related. I have a question on page, I guess it's agenda page 21, which is page 9 of the staff report, about cash out. The number is exactly the same for April, May, and June. I'm looking at the cash out section. And I'm just, that's the budgeted amount and not an actual? Is
That's
that
correct. It's a
true?
projection
Okay.
based on the budget.
Based on what's the various, okay. And the other question I had was, I noticed in the expenditure report, there's a payment to the Ford Motor Company credit for a Ford 2016 F-250. And I don't see that in the schedule of the short-term debt on page 24 or page 12. And I don't know, did we buy a new truck?
We bought a truck for the Facilities and Resources Department. It's in the budget.
It was in the budget?
Yeah, it was in the budget. And it hasn't, I haven't added it to that schedule. I'll do that.
Okay, I appreciate that, so that we kind of, we just bought one vehicle this time? Do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'd
'Cause
have
I
to
think it would be a good idea to have an idea of how many vehicles we have in their age, because I know that we use these vehicles fairly frequently, and I want to make sure that the general manager has a handle on, we're doing maintenance on these vehicles so we don't have to replace them before their time, so to speak. I know a lot of times I see tow fees on the expenditure report, and I'd like to know what the mileage is, that we're tracking all of these things. This is something that came out in an audit before Mr. Gruber was even the utilities manager, I believe, that we weren't keeping track of mileage on the trucks. And I'd like to make sure that our assets are being appropriately cared for. So if we could get some sort of report, I know you're very, very busy, but some sort of report on what our vehicles and our plan for going forward on purchasing vehicles. I know the fire department would really like to get, started on how are we going to fund a new truck. So if that's kind of my question on that one, if you would include it on the schedule, and then if we could get an idea of what our assets are.
I don't have that data.
Yeah, I understand, and that's fine. I put you on the spot asking the question, but I would like to know that we're tracking our vehicles appropriately. I think we have quite a few.
So our plan when I came on board was to replace all the vehicles within all the departments that were falling apart. And that plan has represented a relatively new fleet of vehicles for the entire district for the Water, Wastewater, and Facilities and Resources Department. I thought it wasn't fiscally responsible, since we did not have an appropriate vehicle replacement plan, to go ahead and burden the general fund with replacing a lot of vehicles. So I approached the board with this strategy, and the strategy was this. Since we can borrow money at almost nothing and purchase a vehicle over a 6-year period of time, that's what we're essentially doing. And if you look at each department and you look at the line item with each department, you'll see about a $500 cost per month per vehicle. And what that does is it pays for the financing of that vehicle. And by the time that vehicle's done being financed over that 6-year period of time, it's lived its useful life, and we haven't taken any money out of our general fund. Because a vehicle replacement program for a district this size, for facilities, water, and resources, can be quite costly. And so we've gone with the financing option at a low interest rate. And at the end of the 6 years, the vehicle will be completely paid off, and then we'll probably just continue to do the same thing. If you've noticed, the most important tool that we have, other than our employees, is our vehicles. If our vehicles are not new or newer, then they can't respond to water leaks, they can't respond to sewer issues, they can't respond to ranch issues, they can't respond to natural disasters. So we have a relatively new fleet of vehicles. Each vehicle keeps track of their maintenance. Each department's responsible for the mileage and things like that. Now, with regards to the fire truck, again, it would not be fiscally responsible to take $600,000 or $700,000 out of our general fund. And by the way, we now have $5.2 million in the bank, and that shows right now in the financial statement that Patrick prepared for this organization. So what we're going to do in the draft budget that will be presented later on is, again, finance that vehicle, finance that fire truck over a 7-year period. And at the end of that 7 years, hopefully we'll have it completely paid off, and we'll be able to use it for additional years. And so since we did not have a vehicle replacement program, for a fire engine. We're using the same principles, if you will, regarding the replacement of the fire truck that we've used for the water, wastewater, and facilities department. Again, if we were a large city and we had a vehicle replacement fund and we were able to set money aside, then we would rotate the vehicles out and we'd pay cash for them. When a vehicle runs $25,000, $30,000 for a department, that's a big hit on that department. But $500 a month, $6,000 a year is not. And so the wastewater department and the water department and the facilities department all have good operating trucks right now. And I want to make sure in this budget process that the fire department does too. Not only are we proposing a replacement for our fire truck, we're also proposing in this budget to purchase a rescue vehicle. And we think that a rescue vehicle for the fire department is very important. So I hope I answered all your questions, Director Rice.
Yes, Director Rice?
I did just have one follow-up because I'm not a finance expert. These additional loans, while they are small comparatively to the instrument we use to pay for the new plant, does it affect our credit rating or our ability to get other financing? Because I know we were looking at leveraging some of the rate money to get a loan to work on the wastewater plant. So I'm just curious how that.
It's a good question. They're relatively relatively low loans. So if we're replacing one vehicle in a department, you're looking at $12,000 a month. I think what you're referring to is a major capital improvement, such as the wastewater treatment plant. The Corella engineering report was $6.7 million, and frankly, our rate structure for the wastewater department doesn't support that, and that's why we're recommending using the money generated from the wastewater revenues right now to make improvements to the wastewater treatment plant. So to answer your question, no, it doesn't, because they're not big enough or they're not large enough. But when we start talking, and that's why I was opposed, and we'll go over that in the budget too, that's why at this point in time, I was opposed to borrowing $1 million for the wastewater treatment plant, even if it's a low interest loan, because I really struggle with a 20-year loan, even at a low interest rate of 1.6% interest. And the fact is that we're not ready yet on the wastewater side to borrow $1 million. We are ready to borrow money to replace the Fiscalini tank, and the rates support that. So it just depends what the purchase is. It depends what the long-term obligation is. It depends what the interest rate is. But in this whole process, we're taking a fairly conservative approach to borrowing money.
Thank you. Director Barringer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gruber, for your excellent report, and it's kind of refreshing that you aren't reading too much of it. And as far as I heard somebody say something about transparency. As everyone knows, this is live streamed, so you can watch this board meeting live on the internet. We do have it taped, and it's available with SlowSpan. And every expenditure has been detailed in this report, so feel free to take a look at that. I'm just going to look quickly at a few things. One, on page 11, I see that you're exercising valves again, and that's great that we're doing that, and I know you've been doing a lot of infrastructure repair. We have a GIS system. I didn't know that, and I think that we now got to have a nice system so that we can find out where our sewer heads are and all of our valves and things like that. So I just wanted to note that. I also noticed on page 13, and it's actually page 1 of the finance report, near the bottom, Director Rice and myself know that in the last sentence there it says that we're using 61% of the amount of water billed in 2013. And the public should know that when we went through the rate study, we went on estimates of having 70%. So we're not actually recouping all we can unless we get some usage up a little bit. And one of our big customers, Centrally Grown, isn't here anymore. So I just wanted to note that and so that the public, if they don't look online or don't go through this, there's some things that are there. I also noticed that on page 17, which is page 5, I think, of somebody's report, that it, as every month, the expenditures for the emergency water supply project is in your report every single month. And even though the total authorizations comes to $12,753,000, which is far less than $20 million, by the way, there's $1 million in there that's already authorized for potential future permit and mitigation measures, and I think that's very wise for you to have put that in there in advance. Also, on page 8 or page 20, the CCSD's current cash position and projection, I notice is at over $5 million, and we were in a critical stage. And yes, I have to commend Mr. Gruber for bringing the issue up, and not that we were getting close to a cash situation last year. And it's great to see that we're in that point. As a matter of fact, I believe that when you became general manager, our outstanding cash was less than this. Just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
Madam President, if
Director
I may.
Sanders.
The statement was made during the public comment period that the district was almost bankrupt. I was not on the board at the time, but I did follow the district's proceedings. And that's a very unfair statement. The district was not almost bankrupt. The district had a temporary cash flow problem because the district was waiting for reimbursement that was due from a grant application. So the district had to front the money. The grant money was paid. The district is in a very flush cash position.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments or response from General Manager Gruber?
I didn't go in detail with my report, and I'm assuming everybody read it. And it continues to represent good people doing great people doing great things for our great community. And I'm sorry, I stand behind that statement. I think that we're continuing. If you read the report, we're continuing to make significant infrastructure improvements that frankly have not been addressed for many years. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that the Land Watch lawsuit, and I mentioned that in there because everybody talks about transparency and fiscal responsibility. It's cost the district $170,000 so far, and that I could comfortably say, and I could probably do an audit with the help of the finance manager, that the staffing associated with that, with the ongoing, continuous, daily request regarding administrative records for this, has probably been comparable to that. So you're looking at $170,000 with no legal costs, with no end in sight, and probably $170,000 of your money and staff time, my time, Monique's time, Bob's time, district council's time. So you're really looking at $340,000. What would $340,000 buy this community? It'd buy a half a fire truck. It'd buy a half a reservoir. It would make major improvements to this community's wastewater treatment facility. It would remove probably about a good third of the trees on the Fiscalini Ranch. So, you know, if I just wanted to bring it up because it's real money, it's your money, and $170,000 in legal cost and $170,000 in staff time with no end in sight. It could easily go to $500,000, and if it's appealed to the California Court of Appeals, it could easily go to $1 million. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very costly thing.
It is. May I add to that? The original proponent of that lawsuit has sued the district, by my count, 3 times, lost every time. This lawsuit that the general manager just alluded to is a completely specious lawsuit. There's really no legal basis for it. And the only reason that one of the reasons that it's been so drawn out is because the judge has given the students from the Stanford Law School a lot of latitude in terms of allowing them to make presentations in court, and she's been very generous in terms of giving them latitude to amend the petition, et cetera. But the bottom line is it's a specious lawsuit. It's just a total waste of money.
expensive. That's what it is, very expensive. Director Rice?
This is more of a procedural and I guess division of labor thing, but when it comes to the great people doing great things for a great community, it seems to me that would be something that should be the job of the board to set because we set the mission, we set the policies going forward, and the general manager is responsible for implementing those policies. And in line with that, I completely support us giving the sesquicentennial proclamation to the Historical Society. I also don't know what our policies are in who decides that we're going to do that. And when the Board of Supervisors presents a proclamation, they do at least a voice vote that the board agrees that that's going to be happening. I'm not against what we had as the proclamation. What I am against is us not having a clear policy, because maybe there's another worthy organization that should be getting a proclamation, but there isn't a pathway to that unless you're the president of the board. So
actually, I don't name the proclamations, to clarify that right now.
That's fine. I think we need to have a clear policy is what I'm saying, because I think that whether it was generated from staff or from somebody on the board, kind of the point is that there isn't a clear pathway of how that happens, and I'd like to make sure that what we have in place is something that's clear and is approved by the board. Since it's signed from the board, even if it's signed by just the board president, it is from the whole district, and therefore we should be at least, because I don't think that any of us sitting here would object to most of the proclamations that have ever been presented in the whole history of the district, which is why it's just a formality. But it's a formality that makes a statement that this whole board supports doing these things. And that's an important thing, because we're a team. We don't act as individuals. We act as a group, as a board. And so that's kind of one of those things, like like having a fuller discussion about what is it that the story is that we have Mr. Senator Flores talking about in Sacramento. There was some talk several months ago about having discussion about what is that strategy going to be, so that we can be on board and we're not having the tail wag the dog. There is some confusion, it seems to me, about who is supposed to do what. I don't want to be in charge of the day-to-day operations, but I do think that this board doesn't often enough speak up when there are policy issues that we need to be addressing and we are not getting to, because we're mired down in some of the more mundane day-to-day things that we need to be leaving to the staff and the general manager to take care of. So I think that it could be a beneficial thing if this board were to review what it is that we want to be having happening, especially going forward, because the community it's been an interesting week. I'll just put it like that. The community is paying attention, and might be a very good time to clarify what is it that this district has as its mission. What is it that we say when we're saying that we're great people doing great things for a great community, and whether or not that's something that this board backs. Because it's not that I'm against that slogan per se. I just think that we are not taking on the responsibilities that we are supposed to have as a board, and that sometimes we're taking on responsibilities that we really should be leaving to the staff. So it would be good if we took inventory of how things are going on that front, which is more procedural, but really critical to having an effective board, in my personal opinion. Thank you for allowing me to have the time to say that.
Any other comments or questions on the general manager's report? We have 2 requests for public comment. We'll start with Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen, and I will be sending this to you email to the whole board and others, because there are a lot of numbers here that would be incomprehensible just listening, I think, although I tried to write it as clearly as possible. On January 28th, the CCSD issued a press release stating that a report on the 2015 production of the Advanced Water Treatment Plant was also released that day. From the start, CCSD has claimed that the microfiltered mitigation water put into San Simeon Creek and Lagoon would flow at 100 gallons per minute. The claim is made in the press release, too. In 2015, the plant ran for 112 days, and mitigation water was put into the creek and lagoon only 79 days. At 100 gallons per minute, 79 days would have produced 34.9 acre-feet of mitigation water. However, only 6.98 acre-feet of mitigation water were put into the creek and the lagoon. Even if the plant ran only 8 hours a day, it would still be only half of what the documents say would be put in as mitigation water. Checking from another angle, I looked at the ratio of what the potable, fully treated water to the mitigation water for the creek should be, and it should be 4.86 to 1 ratio. However, according to the report, it was 9.86, almost twice as little as was supposed to be put into San Simeon Creek and Lagoon. I'm referring to the findings accompanying the Regional Water Control Board action in November. I'm referring to the stipulations in Operations, Maintenance, and Monitoring Plan for the CCSD. I'm referring to, and that's the revised final version, I'm referring to the Title 22 engineering report, and I'm referring to the adaptive management plan and your groundwater management plan. In other words, you all say repeatedly that it will be 100 gallons per minute put into the creek and lagoon for mitigation. I have now received, just 2 days ago, the actual report on Title 22, the annual report. I assume, therefore, that it was not in January because it was signed on April 19th, just the other day. So what was the report being talked about in January? I don't know. And I compliment the staff for bearing with me in trying to get me that information. Sometimes my articulation is crappy, and sometimes I don't use the right words. But what I want to tell you is there is a major problem with this plant. It's now not operating. I understand that. The water doth flow without it. But before you turn that plant on again, you finally, after 2 years of my asking, if I may be arrogantly self-centered for a moment, after 2 years of asking, I still do not have your response to my question of what the initial study mitigated declaration would do, and now what will your actual investigation of this plant do in terms of quantity of water? And this report from the other day is as vague as can be on that question, almost as vague as other things I frequently hear at this microphone. I thank you for enduring my little bit over 3 minutes. I haven't been here since September, and I have to learn again. Thank you.
Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson. So we have on page...
Sorry, no, that's not time of.
Hope not. On page 5, actually 17, I don't know, it's 5 of the finance report, page 17 in the total agenda packet, $12,736 $12,736,588 have been spent thus far on the facility project. Don't forget that the loan was for almost 9 plus 4.3 in interest. So we have 13.4 for the loan, and we're already up to 13,000, just under, for expenses. So when I put in my letter to the paper today that we're edging 20 million, I'm not kidding, because out of the 5, what do we have here? 5 million that you say we have, 5,113,450 cash position as of 3/31/2016. How much is owed to CDM Smith or CCI Constructors out of that amount? For Director Sanders, I would have to say, Director Sanders, you came on board October 19th, 2015, I believe. If you were to look at the projected cash flows from September to March 15 to March 16th, December was a negative $43. March 2016, we were supposed to have $543,245. Those were the projections made by the finance manager. We're not making this up. I would suggest maybe that you check the facts, which you always are telling me or others that we need to check the facts. Take a look at those projections. Yes, you got the 4.16 million, but out of that 4.16 million, close to 3 million was still owing. So can we please have a correct actual balance in the general fund? I want to see what is owed out to CDM Smith and CCI and whoever else has been a part of the construction of this project. So let's get that right. On the vehicles, I am seeing, and the board has not addressed this, the vehicles were not supposed to leave Cambria other than the person who was on 24-hour call. I am seeing them leave Windsor, the wastewater facility, at 4:15, 4:30. 2 of them passed me by when I was coming back from Templeton the other day at 4:45, and there was Mr. Gruber right behind them with his convertible down, leaving work. But I'm seeing these trucks leaving. You talk about maintenance, you bet. We're paying for maintenance and gas for people to take the trucks to Atascadero, Paso, Morro Bay, wherever they live. So no wonder we're having to replace vehicles much faster than we should be. And this was never addressed by the board to change that policy. Please look at that and save us money. There's a lot more I wish I could say, but can't. Thank you.
Madam President.
General
Patrick,
Manager,
you want to comment on the, you come to the microphone and comment on the, what we owe CDM in this 5.2. Regarding the vehicles, there was a decision made at some point in time, whether it was by the board or the general manager, because there was some issues with past employees misusing vehicles. I'm customer service oriented. I'm quick response oriented. If you look at the county, if you look at PG&E, if you look at any of the utilities, they all bring their vehicles home. I've authorized our departments to bring our vehicles home. Not many of our employees live in town, so when they get a call and they have to respond to a leak or have to respond to a lift station sewer overflow, if they were in their personal car, they'd have to go all the way back to the wastewater treatment plant and then respond, which is not in the customer's best interest. The standby person in water drives a vehicle home. I stand behind that decision. I think it's important for them to have their vehicle with them. Our fire chief will drive a vehicle home. There's liability issues associated with them driving their personal vehicles back to respond to a work-related call. Our new wastewater supervisor, I want him to be able to respond, and so he drives a vehicle home. So there's 2 people in wastewater that drive a vehicle home now. It's the supervisor and the on-call person, and the water person who drives a vehicle home, and then a fire chief will drive a vehicle home. But if you wanted, I could poll communities, whether they're special districts or cities or somebody who falls under the PUC, and ask them if their standby person drives a vehicle home, and it would be probably in the 90 to 100% range that they drive a vehicle home. And so it was an operational decision. I'm glad the board isn't involved in this decision because it's an operational decision. And I'm glad that our employees are driving vehicles home. And also, if they weren't driving vehicles home, we'd be paying them mileage. And it's nice for them to have the tools and be able to rapidly respond because time is of the essence. It's important that they rapidly respond when they're on call. So thank you.
Thank you. And
to address CDM Smith and CDM constructors, all of the original agreements have been paid completely, CDM Smith and CDM constructors, for all the planning, all the construction, that's all been paid. We do have a couple of existing agreements with CDM Smith. I'm not that familiar with them. They're in the couple of $100,000, but that work has not been done, so we haven't been billed for it, so we haven't paid it yet.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions? Director Rice?
I like to know what the best management practices are in other districts. I also know that the board did pass a policy related to taking the vehicles home, and I don't have a problem changing that policy. And if that's what we're going to be doing, we need to actually bring it to the board to change the policy. I'm not talking about operational. This is different from operational. Whether or not people make the case. I'm good with them taking them home. Make the case that 100% of the other districts similarly situated take them home, and let's change the policy so our policies are in line with what we're actually doing. That's really all I'm asking. Because if we have something written in a policy that says we should do it one way and we're doing it a different way, that means we need to either revise the policy or change what we're doing.
Madam President, I think the question is I can appreciate the policy aspect of it, but is it a board policy or an operational policy? So we can discuss that at a later point in time. Also, too, emergency lights are on these vehicles, and they're able to respond. And if there was something to happen in the community and they were in their own personal vehicle, more than likely the Sheriff's Department would not let them through. So if they were in a marked vehicle, a utility vehicle, responding to a natural disaster or a work-related incident, the probability would be significantly increased if they were able to be in a company vehicle, and they'd probably be able to get through when other people could not. So.
And again, I'm not trying to say that I'm against that usage of the vehicles. I think that our policies that are written down need to be in line with what we're actually doing. And I'd appreciate that if you bring those things forward so we can do that.
Okay. No further comments from the board. We'll move now then under item 6 to B on ad hoc committee reports and other related board member reports. Do we have some to, okay, Director Barringer?
I did attend the NCAC meeting, and I think the Cambrian covered the issues quite well. Just for the public to know, Mr. Gibson addressed the NCAC, and he was talking about a 0.5% increase in the state, in the sales tax for the county. He explained that that is mainly because the state is no longer giving transportation funds to the county. The state is running low on funds itself due to several things. Electric vehicles no longer pay fuel tax, and the price of gas has gone down, and some of the taxes were indexed toward that. So the state is looking at a very slim, if any, transportation budget, and in order to make up for that, some communities are considering a 0.5% sales tax. So I just want to let the public know that that's an issue, and it's being addressed here coming up in the next few months. So just to let you know. That's all.
Thank you. Vice President Thompson.
Yes, Madam President. As the members of the ad hoc committee on fire, you and I participated in interviews or an interview for the fire chief, and as indicated, William Hollingsworth has been selected. I've participated in many public safety type of interviews, and I was highly impressed with the context of his application packet, since he was the only internal candidate that applied. You know, one could have expected maybe he would have not had such a comprehensive packet, but it was just outstanding, and his interview was outstanding. We discussed the position with him for 2.5 hours, and I'm very confident that he will be an outstanding fire chief for this community.
Thank you. And I would just like to add to that, too. That was one of the conditions that we had. We wanted to hire from within. And I have to say we are very blessed in that way, because Chief Hollingsworth is eminently qualified. And another member of that interview team was also Battalion Chief Shalhoub. And the relationship between CAL FIRE and the CCSD Fire Department is one that has really I believe, through the last year and the partnership we've had with CAL FIRE has truly grown. It has truly become more a partnership than ever, and that is a tremendous benefit, I think, to our own emergency comfort zone, really. We have good people working both in CAL FIRE, and certainly we have an outstanding chief we have just selected from within. It was very good. Any other comments? Director Rice?
The wastewater ad hoc committee met at the wastewater treatment plant with Mr. Gruber and the new wastewater supervisor. That's Director Behringer and I are that committee. I think he'd been on the job, he said 12 hours at that point. Mr. Gruber spoke a lot about where the buck stops and showed us what needs to be done at the plant, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And we discussed having a plan to go forward on the most important things first. Like there's some serious safety issues with corrosion that's going on with some of the walkways and lots of stuff really that is more operational. But it was good to see firsthand where the money is going to be needed, because we are definitely behind on making sure that this wastewater treatment plant is up to speed and what it needs to be doing, both for meeting our permits and environmentally, just for us in general. So I appreciate that the general manager and Delon was also there, and Patrick was there, because we were talking about budget issues, which those will come up when we talk about the presentation of the budget if there's questions. Jim and I have been talking about that part of the budget is the wastewater. So did I cover? Yeah. Okay, so that was our meeting on that one. I also went, I also didn't go, but I attended the Regional Water Management Group sub-regional meeting by phone, and as did Engineer Greshams, and that was specifically the North Coast area and planning for grant funding through the Prop 1 applications going through the counties when they're acting as the flood control district. That's how we got the Prop 84, was going through that program. So and let me just give a little shout out, because Engineer Greshams did a very nice job of raising some issues that are regional, because it's hard when you're talking about Los Osos, Morro Bay, Cayucas, and Cambria, and San Simeon. We're all little kind of pockets. It's hard to do a regional thing like they can do down in 5 cities, because everything's kind of all together. So he did a really good job of bringing up some possible projects that need to be done in all these communities that could be considered regional, because we kind of have this problem in common. So I just wanted to give him a little shout out. He's not even here to hear it, but I know that the general manager appreciates his skills in doing that. So that was on Tuesday.
Okay, I also had a couple of things to share. The continuing work and working with our EIR and moving toward permanent permit. We did meet again, Director Sanders and I, with the group, and a part of that process now has included also activating a build-out reduction committee. As you know, we did each make an appointment to that committee, and they have met for the first time at this point. And in fact, the chair of that committee, who is now also the chair of the NCAC, is here in the audience today, Ted Siegler. And it's a good beginning to define, what are the next steps and where do we need to go with the build-out reduction program. So it's been a good month. It's been a very productive month. Any other, Director Rice?
I just have a question. Thank you, President Robinette, about the BRP committee. My understanding was the BRP committee was 5 members of the public, and that we would have staff supporting them, and that's true, yes. And board members, the 5 of us, could attend as long as we're not participating, because I don't think that we appointed any directors specifically even to be liaison. Is that true? Because I don't think the board members were members of the committee.
when we talked about the way we did the appointment, but I don't think we even really have an official liaison to that like we do to pros. So I just wanted to ask.
I think that Director Sanders and I are definitely working with them and defining their work to be done. But it is a committee that is very much under the Brown Act, and it is a public meeting, and it is educational, and so other board members could attend.
If I might just explore this a little bit further, but I want to make sure that Mr. Carmel is able to hear the question too, because I while I appreciate that the board members want to attend and that it's good educationally, I didn't think that we had board members that would be attending and participating in the committee. If it's valuable, I'm good to hear the reasoning for why we should do that. But I just want to make sure that what we're not doing is trying to go beyond, and because we're supposed to let them do the work and bring us the recommendations as opposed to kind of driving them to where we want to go. At least that was my understanding of it. Maybe I misunderstand what the goal was, and I do want to make sure they're informed about. I mean, when I was on the committee that I was on for the CCSD, the Water Emergency Alternatives, it took us probably 3 months of meetings, once a month, but 3 months of meetings just to get up to speed on what the system actually, where we already were at. So I don't think that it's a bad idea to have board members participate, but I do think that we didn't have that as part of the discussion about that committee.
Madam
Director
President,
Sanders?
I guess you'd have to define what participation means. I mean, President Robinette and I were at the meeting. She was on the Build-Out Reduction Committee when it was in its last iteration. I was on the board then, and so all we did was give the committee a little bit of our institutional memory. That's all.
But
I
I think when this also evolved as part of the EIR work from that it would be good to revisit now the build-out reduction program, looking at status. I believe it was a natural extension because that is a component that the build-out reduction, not the build-out reduction, but the EIR is wanting to include in its report. And it's been several years since that committee actually was active. Yes.
Madam President, I was out of the room talking with Ms. Dickinson. Was there a legal issue that arose that I should comment on?
I think part of my concern is I want to make sure that all of the situations where board members are representing the board's position are approved by the board, because that's part of what our bylaws says that we need to do, even if it's simply a formality, because I completely agree with you, Director Sanders, institutional memory is really critical. It's also maybe not a bad idea to not shape it too much, because they might come up with an idea that we hadn't thought of. There might be some reason that they might forestall their own. And if what you want to do is participate in by providing information, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I don't want it to be representing board positions, since we don't have one yet, because we're getting the recommendation from them about which way to go forward. So I guess the legal question is kind of more about, again, it's back to procedural and making sure that things are in line with what we say needs to be happening. And with a standing committee, if there's board members that are going to be participating, which means not just sitting there listening, in my mind, and probably there's some legal definition, not a lawyer, that we do ratify that as a board. I'm not against it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, let's make sure we're clear about what everybody's role is in the situation.
Mr. Carmel?
I would just comment that the Brown Act is pretty clear that participation at a duly noticed meeting of another legislative body of your agency is is legal. I think you're now conforming it with a bylaw policy that overlays it, perhaps.
Then we need to put that in line with what we're doing. Again, it's a policy issue where let's make sure what we're doing is actually what is in the written policies, because it's one of the things that can get us into a pickle that I don't want to have us get into a pickle about, that's all.
Okay, any other comments? No other reports? Let's go ahead and move to item 7 to the consent agenda, which is no request for public comment. So we're ready for a motion on that, and then I'd like to take a recess.
I would move approval, Madam President. I also want to point out, just for clarification, because I know that there was a misstatement during public comment with respect to 7B, and I also know that there were some also the misstatements were running rampant on social media. 7B has nothing to do with Senator Flores. It has to do with the wastewater treatment plant, and so it just for clarification.
Exactly, and I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And we will come back with item 8 right after the break. Take about a 10-minute break. Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the meeting to order again. We'll begin with, do you need some water? Okay. We'll begin with item 8A, and that is a discussion and consideration to fix water and wastewater standby or availability charges. And I'm going to first ask for the introduction from General Manager Gruber, or?
Thank you,
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President, board members, and then I'm going to kick it over to District Council. We're going to divide the next 4. So, discussion and consideration to fix water and wastewater standby or availability charges as proved in the Government Code, Section 61124, subsection B, and consideration of adoption of the Resolution 13-2016. Fixing water and wastewater standby or availability charges for fiscal year 2016-2017. Thank you.
You know, David wrote that title, so it pretty much says my staff report.
I was going to say, if I read it, I would have given the report. He's a man of many words.
This is a public hearing to fix your annual water and wastewater standby charges. It's a very important fee that we get that subsidizes the water and wastewater funds to do capital improvement projects. Really critical, $175,000 in water and $115,000 for wastewater. It's been in place since 1987, and again, it's a very important fee. So today we'll be fixing the fee after the public hearing. If the resolution that fixes the fee is adopted, then next month at the 26th, we'll have another public hearing, at which time we'll confirm that fee and the itemized report that contains the fee, and then we'll be sending that to the county for collection on the tax rolls. Between now and then, we'll be notifying all the affected property owners of the public hearing, so they'll have an opportunity to participate. And at that point in time, they'll have an opportunity to object. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. So I would like to now open the public hearing, and we will take public testimony, and we do have request for public comment from Tina Dickinson. There we go. He's going to come and help you. We'll start the clock again.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. On this item, I've always been baffled about standby and availability charges, and what I'd like to know if these important fees to help with capital projects and improvements, what specifically can the general manager or legal counsel or the engineer please provide information to the community for what exactly this amount will be targeted for? It's fine to get money into our coffers, but I want to know exactly what it will be used for. And this gets passed every year. It's up, it's of course subject to a Prop 218, but no, I would never even think on this amount to do that. But I sure would like to know where it is going to be targeted to for the much-needed capital improvement projects and infrastructure needs that we have. It's not a huge amount, but it's enough to cover something or some things. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further public testimony, we will close the public hearing and have discussion. And actually, Mr. Carmel, if you would like to go ahead and identify some of the projects that are targeted for this, that is in the report.
I couldn't actually identify projects, but let me at least read the policy that the board established in 2012, so you'll know exactly. Well, first we'll read the policy, then you can read.
And then page 99.
The general policy is water and wastewater standby or availability revenue is to be spent on maintaining, repairing, and/or improving the respective fund's infrastructure. Specifically, these funds will be spent on CIP, major maintenance, or capital outlay projects. And I think the general manager can identify the 4 projects.
And yes, because I think we've already, it's right here. And so General Manager Gruber, if you want to talk about it, but we're talking about, of course, 5 projects right there.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. On page 99, and obviously the funds that we will be accumulating, or collecting rather, that's a better word, will not cover the cost of these projects. So the CCSD has identified a number of priority water and wastewater CIP major maintenance and capital outlay projects, including the Fiscalini water storage tank, rodeo grounds valve upgrade, water distribution system improvements and upgrades, Stewart Street tank replacement, and the wastewater treatment plant and / collection system improvements and upgrades. We do have flexibility within those projects to spend those funds collected based on immediate needs and a prioritization of our CIP list. So.
Thank you. Discussion from the board? Director Rice?
Perhaps this is because this is just the resolution establishing when the date of the hearing is going to be, that we don't have the APNs. Don't we usually get the APNs as a part of a resolution for this?
Oh, my God.
No, we don't. We'll get that at the itemized report is what I was referring to. That has all.
That'll be at the hearing that we have at the next one.
At this point, you're just fixing the fees, establishing the fee.
Oh, so we're establishing the amount that's going to be charged, but not to whom it will be charged.
Right. That's the next hearing.
Thank you very much for clarification.
Director Behringer?
Can I suggest that we make only 1 copy of that or something? We're talking about 20 pages of APNs, or post it on the, it's every APN, so post it on the website or something. That's my, or have it one in the master copy. I don't want to have a copy of the APNs. I'm sorry. I don't read them. It's just my opinion.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Director Rice?
This is just a clarification for Mr. Carmel. I just want to make sure I understand. On page 97, it says the revenue projections are based on charging all improved property owners within CCSD and unimproved property owners with positions. I'm not sure. That's maybe an answer that I can get at the hearing when we talk about to whom the charge is going to be made, but that way you have the question ahead of time. Do you know the answer of that?
I don't know the answer, but we will have it at the next hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, are we ready for a motion?
I move.
Yes, Director Rice.
I move that we adopt Resolution 13-2016, fixing water and wastewater standby or availability charges for fiscal year 2016-2017.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Yes, Director Baringer has seconded. I think we are ready then. This is probably with a minimum discussion here. Let's just go ahead with all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll now move into regular business. And so we will start with 9A. And item 9A is regarding consideration of adoption of Resolution 2016, ratifying a letter of agreement with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 4635, relating to paramedic compensation. And would you, General Manager, like to introduce the item?
Yes, Madam President. I think you did. The recommendation, the staff recommends that the board adopt the Resolution 16-2016, ratifying the letter of agreement of the International IFF Local 4635 relating to paramedic compensation. What this was derived from is, a couple years ago, we became an ALS status, which is Advanced Life Support. The board supported that decision. The board thought it was critical and important to have 2 ALS providers. Actually, we have 3 with CAL FIRE, but the Healthcare District and the Cambria Community Services District Fire Department. With that, having that status requires that you have a paramedic on each shift, on all the shifts, along with the rest of the crew. And so when we negotiated the previous contract with IFF, there was what they called a reopener in there, if you recall. And the reopener was regarding compensation to be determined regarding that ALS status and the paramedic status. Just want to clarify, if you're not a paramedic, you don't get this. And so what we were able to do is negotiate per the board's direction a stipend. This is a stipend. This is not is this PERSable, Monique? I don't think it's PERSable, but it's a stipend, so they get it as such. It's not incorporated into their salary, if you will, which will save the district a considerable amount of money. What we were able to do too is have an agreement with the IFF firefighters, and I think the dialogue went really well. It was quick, and so what we're talking about is the first year would be a $300 a month stipend for the firefighters, paramedics. The second year would go up to $400. Am I wrong, or am I going to jump up to $400? Okay, second year would be $400. Third year would be $500, and then the sixth year would be a $600 a month stipend. Now, I don't want you to think, if you approve this, that at the end of that term of that agreement, that it automatically stays at $600. It's renegotiable. So we'll go back to the table at that time with our firefighters. Hopefully, we'll have as many paramedics as we possibly can in the fire department, because that's what we need. We need paramedic firefighters. And at that time, we'll go back and renegotiate with them. And I'm just wanted to thank them, the IFF folks, for a 4-year agreement. 4-year agreements are great, because if it's a 2-year agreement in a year, you're looking at sitting back around the table. So we don't have to worry about this one for a while. And I think it's fair. It was derived from looking at other local fire departments and jurisdictions and coming up with some kind of comparable stipend or compensation for our firefighters. A lot of other fire departments have it built into their salary, maybe a position like captain, paramedic, firefighter, paramedic. We don't have those. We have a reservist, engineer, captain, and so this is a way to compensate them for being paramedics. And it is also important that we have paramedics because we cannot maintain our ALS status, advanced life support. If we don't have paramedics, we just can't. So with that, I hope I covered everything, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions the board may have. And if I can't, Monique was actually the negotiator, so I actually sound like I know what I'm talking about. But her and Shalene did a really good job on this. So.
Thank you very much. We have no request for public comment, but we do move then to discussion. Vice President Thompson.
Thank you. I think given the average age of the folks in this community, this is a critical thing to have with respect to our response teams. Just for purposes of information, could you explain the difference in services that are provided by an EMT versus that which a paramedic would provide upon response?
Yes, I'm going to ask Chief Shalhoub to come up because I could kind of wing it, but he'll give you a real technical answer, Vice President Thompson, and I'm sure you're going to be impressed by this answer.
I don't know about that. Thank you. So basically, advanced life support are able to administer drugs on behalf of a doctor's permission, and they basically make base contact with whatever hospital that patient's going to be transported. They describe what the patient's symptoms, signs and symptoms are. They suggest what route to take as far as treatment, and then the doctor approves that, and then they're able to provide ALS care with intravenous drugs and such. Also with CPR calls, they can do what they call intubation, which is essentially putting a tube directly into your lungs. EMTs cannot do that. They have to use what they call bag valve mask, and it doesn't go directly into your lungs, and it's not quite as efficient. So that's kind of the short answer. There's much more to that. They have a lot more capabilities than EMTs, to put it simply.
Thank you. Any other? Director Rice?
Is this applied to the SAFER grant firefighters or the reservists at all, or is this just mainly our full-time folks?
SAFER, yes, if they're a paramedic. Monique, reservist? Yeah, if they're. Oh, they're not covered under the MOU, so
Thank you.
no. So.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Okay. Are we then ready for a motion? Director Behringer?
I'll move to adopt Resolution 16-2016, ratifying a letter of agreement with the International Association of Firefighters Local 4635 relating to paramedic compensation.
Second.
Director Sanders, what had his button on? I'm sorry.
She beat it. She beat
Second the motion.
Been seconded and seconded? He did have his light on first. Okay, let's have a, it's been moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call vote. It was moved by Director Behringer, seconded by Director Sanders.
In a preemptive mood.
Director Sanders? I'm sorry, Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Sanders? Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, let's move now then to, let's see, here we are. We're going to move to item C. We've had a continuance on item B, so now we will have item C, and let's have on that Discussion and consideration of award of contract for the construction of the Fiscalini water tank replacement project. And so, General Manager Gruber, would you like to introduce this?
Thank you. And I'll turn it over to District Counsel Tim Carmel. It is 9C is discussion and consideration of award of the contract for the construction of the Fiscalini water tank replacement project.
Madam President, members of the board, again, this is consideration of an award of contract for the Fiscalini water tank project. 4 bids were submitted for this project on March 22nd. The lowest responsible bidder was Crosno Construction. The second low bidder, Paso Robles Tank, protested the award of contract to Crosno based on Crosno's failure to include a copy of their contractor's license in the bid packet, which was a requirement of the bid specifications. We looked closely at this matter, the cases that were cited in the contract law, and essentially in this case, because there were 2 other means by which contractors' licensure could be proven in the bid specifications that were complied with, and that would be a printout from the Department of Industrial Relations website that showed they were duly licensed, as well as the contractor's licensure statement that was signed and executed by the owner of the business. It was fairly simple for staff to, excuse me, to verify that they were duly licensed. The next day, they did submit a copy of their, a photocopy of their license. Under your bid specifications, as you probably know, you are allowed to waive minor irregularities or minor errors in the response to those to the bids, to the bid specs. And in this case, it's pretty clear that this was very minor. It didn't give the low bidder any advantage at all. And this is pretty much the type of minor error that we would expect you to waive, because you're talking about a $10,000 difference between the low bid and the second low bid. So in this case, we're asking you to waive that minor irregularity and to award the contract to Crosno. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. I did furnish a supplemental, I hope you all got it, a supplemental report that at least laid this out a little more clearly, because we had some correspondence back and forth. So if there's any question or confusion as a result of that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
We'll take public comment first. And we have first request on public comment is David Fiscalini.
Oh, this will be fun.
Members of the board, my name is Dave Fiscalini. I have a question for the general manager. Why do I have to come to a public meeting to be able to ask you questions? I've called you, you have not returned my calls. I've come to your office requesting to meet with you, and now I'm meeting with you. Why is that?
Mr. Fiscalini, are you going to comment on
Yeah, I am.
On the tank?
Yeah, this is about the tank. This is, well, I'm up here, I own the property around the tank. The tank sits right on my property. The easement goes right through my ranch. And I've had a lot of questions over this project. We met at the site over a year ago, and I listened to what the board members had to say about what you were going to do. And I had a lot of questions about it. And between now and then, I haven't been able to talk to anybody except Jason. Right? Is that true? Why is that?
Mr.
Please.
Carmel?
I don't know what the question is.
Yeah.
I did want to point out that this item is actually the award of contract, and it doesn't really deal with the underlying project, although there's some discretion here. I don't think it's appropriate to delve deep into the project itself.
Okay, really? All right, this project
Mr.
is in my property. Yes.
You have to direct your comments to me.
Okay, I'll direct my comment to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've had some very serious comments because it's been conveyed to me. Well, there was never a deal that was made with me. It's been conveyed to me by multiple contractors, almost all the contractors that have bidded on this, and some of the others, that the only way to do this job adequately is not with the access that you have provided. And one that has been potentially awarded is going to try to do this through those adobe gates without large, and it's been conveyed to me by other contractors that this will be a substandard job if they try to do that. They also, the contractors, I talked with all 4 of them, and plus others that didn't bid on this project, and they said that they have never seen a bidding program go like this one. It was very poorly handled. I've had questions about this. It affects my property gravely. It's going to be a 6-month job. I will not be able to graze the top end of my property for that 6 months while this is going on. My livestock will not stay on that mountain. I've got issues, got questions. The tank should, in my opinion, should have never gone there in the first place. My family was threatened with condemnation over this tank. We were not duly compensated. You know, I have questions. It affects me gravely.
Madam President, if I could, William Bellis is here, who will be the contract manager for this and who has handled all the bid docs and things like that. And I think it'd be appropriate for him to comment on some of these things. In this bid, the contractor feels that he can do it within the existing footprint and not impact Mr. Fiscalini's property. So I think we need clarification so the board feels comfortable on moving forward with this project. Remember, almost 2 years ago, we brought this to the board, and through analysis of the tank, we determined that it was on the verge of a catastrophic failure. It still is. We don't have an option not to do this. We have to move forward with it. It's a public health and safety issue. I would like to say that any of the meetings that we had up there, we did extend an invitation to Mr. Fiscalini. And we did designate Justin as the
Could someone help Mr. Carmel?
We did designate Justin as the district representative to not negotiate, but to keep Mr. Fiscalini informed. You know, and I was comfortable that had happened. What I'm not comfortable with is I'm not comfortable with a negotiation, if you will. I think that it's a public works project and it needs to be done. So I don't want to be, and I use this word loosely, I don't want to be held hostage. We have to get this done. If it impacts Mr. Fiscalini's cattle, then that's something we can address as the project moves forward, but not doing the project is not an option.
I never said anything about not doing the project. I'm not against the project. I made concessions of what I would agree to, and had more stuff to talk about.
Who did you have that conversation with?
Well, in the very beginning, when we first met up there one time a year ago, I was called one time. If you guys met up there more than that, I wasn't called or asked to be there. And I was asked about what I would agree to. I said what I would agree to. We talked about compensation. I said what I would agree to. So I got a question. So if this is awarded to the lowest bidder, now the reason I'm going to say this is some of these contractors I have a history with that I know and I've known for a long time, and when they say something, I listen to them. They said to me, if this job is done the way it's being awarded, it will be a substandard job. That's not my expertise. That's what's been said to me by more than one contractor. So if this job turns out to be a substandard job, then what? I want to go on record that I've said this. They also said to me that was the wrong type of take to put in there in the first place. So.
Okay, those comments will be on public record.
Okay, and thank you.
Yes.
I think William Bellis, our project manager, who you originally awarded a contract to a while back on this project, could answer and address some of Mr. Fiscalini's concerns relating to this.
I think that would be very important.
Just as a historical perspective on this, we chose to build the tank on the same site, the same footprint, the same size, so we could expedite the permitting process and not be wrapped around the Coastal Commission hub, if you will, for years and it being appealed. We don't have that option. We need to get it replaced. So,
how long has this tank been under consideration for repairs or replacement?
I guess the question is, how long has it needed to be repaired? I would probably say, I'll let William comment on that, ever since I've been here, and probably well before that. So it's probably has needed be replaced for, William, I don't know, 8-10 years probably.
That's probably accurate.
We're living on borrowed.
I'm Will Bellis, engineer. Originally, we discussed the type. Well, I'll back up to the final comment on the type of tank. We did quite a bit of research. This is a replacement of a bolted tank that the original site is very suitable for. It was the type of the tank that is there now, but it only lasted 25 years, and we'd like to not have to repeat this. Bolted tanks, they come to, they eliminate having to do a lot of field welding, or the majority of the field welding. The parts come in much smaller pieces, but they're lighter weight. They come with thousands of holes, so you have to deal with that right from the beginning. The Stewart Street tanks are the exact same thing. They're corroding away. They're only 25 years old. So we looked at the welded tanks as being a good option. They're much easier to, once you get them in place, they're easier to maintain and recoat because they don't have all the edges that, with our exposure to the salt air, seems to not work very well here. We've proven that with 3 tanks now. We did meet with Mr. Fiscalini originally and working out how to put a welded tank here in our limited access and both access and limited space for this project. And after working through a lot of options, it seemed that it's difficult to say that that tank could not be built, a welded tank could not be built there. So we could not determine that was the case. So what we did is we specifically addressed it in the specification. We said, this is your access, it's very limited. This is the size of the site, it's very limited. We required every contractor that was going to bid the project to come out and see the adobe gateway that is there that's going to be very restrictive to getting large plates and concrete into the site. But we did not want to tie the hands of the contractors. We always avoid getting into the means and methods. We want the contractor to be able to, within the specs, within the specifications, we want the contractor to be able to determine how they can best provide what the district is asking for. So we don't tell them that you have to go to Mr. Fiscalini. What we did tell them is that this is the size of the site you have, and we, I think Mr. Fiscalini was at the pre-bid meeting, maybe wrong. We definitely let the contractors know that the adjacent landowners would potentially provide temporary easements and that they could contact them. I don't think that that time has passed. Even if you decide to award this project, I think that it's still up to the contractor to determine with this size of with the agreed upon price how to go about building it. And we will certainly make sure, and it'll be my task to document that the project is built per these specifications, whether they have an agreement with an adjacent landowner or not. So that's, I think maybe I've addressed what your questions have been.
I have a question. So if the successful bidder wants to go to Mr. Fiscalini and ask for an easier way to build that tank, are you still going to, it sounded like you're going to still require them to go through that adobe gate and not make it easier for themselves, or no?
Oh, no, that's not what I meant to say at all.
Okay.
The contractor can decide if they want to negotiate with Mr. Fiscalini or some other landowner, temporary access that gives them better access, that's fine. If they think if they can come up with, I know that there are smaller concrete trucks, for example, that are out there, and so they could bring smaller batches of concrete through the adobe gate. We've told them what their space is, what their allotted access is. They know that if they don't have an alternate way from what the district's access is, they're probably going to have smaller plates when they order the plates that they're going to weld together at this site. So it's only the contractor can determine if it's more fiscally logical for them to deal with whatever costs to get a temporary easement or helicopter the plates in. They can only know that.
Okay. And so, and they're free to negotiate and so on and so forth. I'm a little disappointed that that we refuse to speak to a landowner, but other than that, I don't understand. I'm sure there's something behind there that you didn't want to get in the way, and if you're an adequate resource to be able to contact Mr. Fiscalini, I certainly hope that you did try. So.
Any other comments? Director Rice?
My understanding is that we are approving awarding of the contract, or where is the contract?
The contracts, if I can address that. Oh, go ahead, please. No. I mean, the contract will be, if you decide to award, the contract is in this specification package, and we will, it's pre-written in here, and we'll fill in the blanks with whichever contractor is awarded the project.
May I?
I'm sorry, what? You have a public comment? Yeah, 9C. I apologize. I will not forget. Okay, thank you, though. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Yes, Director Rice?
Just under the questions, I guess I have my questions answered. I guess the rest of what I have to say is under discussion.
Okay. If there's no other discussion with the engineer, then I think we're ready to take the other public comment, please.
Thank you, President Robinette. I really wasn't planning to speak on this item, but I did read through it. And I find again, as I've found in the past with CCSD, the lack of transparency, the lack of communication, the arrogance that seems to persist. It doesn't matter which board or which general manager, these kinds of things keep occurring. Surely the property owner has a right to speak to the general manager, the engineer, whoever is involved with this project. I don't understand why the CCSD feels that they have the right to just say no matter what. This project's going ahead. That adobe gate is 150 years old. It's a historical monument. The Fiscalini tanks sit on his property, and yet he's not a part of this conversation? What is wrong with this? Please, I think he has been very, very fair with his comments he's brought up. He needs some answers, and he needs some communication. I'm going to stand up for this property owner and say, please, board, please, general manager, please, legal counsel and engineer Greshams, do the right thing. How would you like it if it was your property and this was occurring to you? This is wrong, and it needs to be righted. And I just would say that if it went out to bid, at least you did get 4 bids, which is way more than you ever got for the emergency water supply facility. And I want to make one more thing. This has nothing to do with this. Mr. Gruber thought, when I was talking to him aside during the break, he said, oh, I've heard that you're moving to Ashland, Oregon. I don't know where these rumors are coming from. My husband and I are taking a trip to Southern Oregon once our daughter graduates from Stanford in the fall. Where these rumors come from, I don't know. But no, Mr. Gruber, and to any of you who may have heard that rumor, it is not true. Our house is not up for sale. We are staying right where we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Yeah.
just a point of clarification, the tank does sit on our property. It does not sit on Mr. Fiscalini's property. And I want to make it clear, when this process started, it was agreed upon that Mr. Bellis would be the corresponding person to Mr. Fiscalini. The initial meeting Mr. Fiscalini was invited to, the pre-bidding meeting Mr. Fiscalini was invited to, and so I acknowledge that I have not returned a couple of his calls. He did drop by the office. I saw him walk by. I was in a meeting, was unable to meet with him, but I think that to categorize it as I haven't been able to meet with him or he hasn't been informed, I think we've done a really good job. I think the question we have to ask ourselves is and I like Mr. Fiscalini a lot. He doesn't want to see this project move forward for whatever reason. I can't speak for him, but there's an opportunity for Mr. Fiscalini, and rightfully so, to be compensated at some level for this. That's inconsistent with the bid docs. The bid docs went out and said contractors, as Mr. Billis specifically specified when he sat up here just a minute ago, there's an opportunity for the contractor to go through those gates or to work something out with Mr. Fiscalini. But it was disruptive to the process if we got involved in that early on, because there is a history, and we need to be sensitive to that. And so I think the process has played out very well. I think there's still there's an opportunity, as the bid docs specify, for the contractor to have the flexibility to work with Mr. Fiscalini as it relates to easement rights, and that was incorporated into the price of this bid, or to build the tank going through those adobe gates. So now I think the problem will lie where if there's an unreasonable amount requested for that easement, and then we're going to have to come back and we're going to have to discuss that, because there are laws and conditions in which we can only pay a person so much for grazing land. And we can't just say, okay, we'll pay you that, because it's not consistent with statutes. So if we get to that point, we may be back here having that conversation again. The contractor may say, hey, I just can't reach an agreement with this individual because he wants $25,000 or $50,000 or $75,000. And I'll tell you right now, as a public agency, for that small easement on grazing land, we can't give him $50,000 or $75,000. So I'm hoping there's going to be a reasonable dialogue between the contractor and Mr. Fiscalini, and if there's not, the contractor is going to say, well, I can't reach an agreement, and we're going to have to come back and have a conversation again, but hopefully he'll be reasonable, he's a reasonable man, and we'll be able to get this tank done.
I would like to see that follow-up and hear a report on it, that you do sit down, the contractor sits down with Mr. Fiscalini and find out, is this doable on those agreements or not? And sir, I'm asking them to get in contact with you.
May I continue? May I continue?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, with all due respect, Mr. Gruber, I left messages with your assistants.
You turn on the mic.
With your assistants.
There's a little button you push.
Yeah, it's on. I left several times with your secretary to have you call me whenever. Yeah, so I disagree with what you're saying. There's nothing that I have in my heart about this tank, this job not to be done. I had a big problem with when it was first put there. That tank doesn't belong there. Should have never been put there. There was some, not by this board, but the board at that time, they had tanks on top of that mountain. They threatened my family with condemnation and put those tanks out on us. We didn't want them. Devalued our land, one of the most beautiful spots on that whole ranch. Now there's a tank sitting, and it's ugly. They took where the tanks were, they took the tanks down and subdivided and built houses there. Okay, at that time, yeah, my family rolled over it. I wish I'd have been in control then. I was a little bit young. At that time, I didn't want the tanks, but they are now. The fence, you guys are responsible to keep the fence up. Fence is a shambles, it's a mess. You segregated my property. I got property on the other side of the easement that I cannot use. I can't sell it. I can't do nothing with it. The money that I'm asking for this deal has to do with some of the wrong that was done in the past. Now, there's a contractor who is a great contractor didn't bid on this. He come and looked at the whole deal. And his comment was, if you do this job, I don't want you back. I don't want you back there again doing this job again in my lifetime or my kid's lifetime, said to me that if they think they're going to do this job, the way going through there, the smaller cement trucks, I'm not an expert, I'm just telling you what was said to me by a very reputable contractor, that cement, it's going to end up probably substandard. So, you know.
What it sounds like to me is we need to get...
Excuse me, the part about my cattle, not grazing the top of that during the drought, I got some grass this year, it's substantial to me. It's substantial. So what happens then, I either have to sell cattle at a loss, or they'll graze the other part of the property, overgraze. And anybody looks at the property I maintain, I work very hard not to overgraze any of it, even in a drought. So yeah, I've got some issues, you know. I mean, would it helped if a dogma, talking, looking eye to eye and coming up with some ideas? But that's not what's happened here.
Well, I think it's, while it's late, I think it's never too late. And so my recommendation and request to the general manager would be that we do a follow-up. There seems to be enough discrepancy, and we need to perhaps bring a report back after the conversation and see where we are.
Before
because
this,
I hear,
before this is awarded, I know I'm out of line here probably, but before this is awarded, I think it needs to be looked at. I don't think it's good business to always give a bid to the lowest bidder.
Well,
now,
we're not going into that.
It wasn't an even playing
What I'm
field.
questioning is, you're saying no one talked to you, no one met with you. You've had no conversation.
I don't. There have been quite times when I had things to say, questions to ask, that I had nobody to talk to but Jason. And Jason is a nice individual. I think the world of the man. He's not the guy I need to be talking to. He's not the man that makes the decisions.
It seems like we need some follow-up.
Can I interject something here? I've had some experience with public works contracts in the past. And as the engineer was explaining, and I think it maybe can be expanded on a bit, with most public works contracts, the means and the methods are left up to the contractor. So the contractor has to figure out how to get the materials to the site, how to stay out of Mr. Fiscalini's way. That's his responsibility. So the contractor is going to have to go to Mr. Fiscalini and work something out if the cement trucks won't fit through the gate or whatever constraint the contractor has. That's just a normal part of the process. Having said that, I think probably a little bit of dialogue with Mr. Fiscalini now would help, maybe with the contractor there, so that all parties can come to an agreement about what has to be done.
This is my recommendation.
Yeah, but we really can't hold up the award of this contract. This is a critical piece of infrastructure. We've got to proceed with this.
So if I disagree, am I going to be threatened with condemnation again?
I don't think so.
You don't have a resolute necessity, so you wouldn't win. I don't want the tank. I want that tank going in there one time. I don't want it coming back again. I don't want anybody coming back again needing anything from me. The tank that was in there should have lasted a lot longer. It's a tank that shouldn't have been put there in the first place. Now you're talking about putting the right kind of tank there. Talk to me.
Well, I think that's what we're saying. There needs to be dialogue.
That's what we should do.
And then another thing, if my cattle get run off, it's a 6 months job. It's a 6 months job. If my cattle don't graze up there for all that time, because when the equipment backs up, the bales go beep, 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 all the noise and stuff, livestock don't put up with that.
All these issues that you are sharing with us, I think, are critical. And I think you have to have dialogue.
One last thing. When this job starts, it's a 6 months job. You say that it needs to be done a long time ago. You start at the wrong time of the year. You get in the wet time of the year, the job is done. You won't get out there no matter what you do. It needs to be started early enough in the spring when it's dry that you've got 6 months to get this job done, that you can get in and out of there with heavy equipment. There's a swell there that you will not get through. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we do
Madam,
need to have, General Manager Gruber, pardon me. We do need to have a follow-up dialogue, there's no question there, but you're also saying we need to get this contract awarded, is that correct?
Absolutely, and I just want to clarify something. When I originally met with Mr. Fiscalini on site, I truly apologized for the actual or perceived past wrongs of the district. I think that's important, and he's very bitter about that, and he has rights to be very bitter about that. And I apologize, and I said that this is going to be hopefully a better process. And you know, the word of eminent domain came up, and I said, you know, I would, you know, as long as it's my watch, I would never do that. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea for the district or the community, and we can, you know, we can work through these things. But we have to understand as a board that this project stands by itself, and we cannot compensate Mr. Fiscalini for the previous wrongs that were done to him by the district relating to this project. We just can't do that. So although I acknowledge what he's saying, I understand what he's saying, I absolutely agree with what he's saying, but from a monetary standpoint, as Mr. Director Sanders indicated, methods and means is up to the contractors, and I would ask that Director Sanders be with us when we talk to Mr. Fiscalini to help us out, and because he has a great deal of experience, and I'm sure we can address some of his concerns.
I think that would be a very important next step with Director Sanders too, because we want to make this right. But I agree with you. We can't go back to past things where, you know, the tank should have lasted longer and other things shouldn't have happened. We wouldn't need to be here having this conversation to replace it.
And it may very well be that Mr. Fiscalini is entitled to some compensation. We're just going to have to assess the situation.
First thing I think is
come to an agreement with him.
Yeah, good communication.
You bet.
Okay, so now though, with yes, Director
I have a comment also. I agree that there should be a dialogue. I don't agree that as good horse trading couldn't be done if in fact there's something that's very valuable to Mr. Fiscalini that he can't get to. Maybe there's some horse trading done. And I think the very best person that could do that is, I recommend that Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
He has legal experience and experience in land use, of course. So with that said, I also think that earlier on, I don't understand why we'd have somebody not just refuse to talk to somebody, other than the fact that all of a sudden you're involved in negotiating, when in fact it's really the responsibility of the contractor to putting out the bids and to make the discussion. So it's kind of a play, but I think we should be a kindler, gentler CCSD. So that's always been my point, is we should carry on dialogues when we can. And I always don't like the Brown Act because it doesn't allow good governance, in my opinion. But that said, I move that we award the contract for construction of the Fiscalini water tank project.
Second the motion.
Discussion? Yes, Director Rice?
I understand this tank needs to be replaced. I'm way on board with that. I am not on board with even a minor waiving for somebody whose bid is so far under the engineer's estimate, without looking at the contract and making sure that we're not going to make the same mistake that we made before on contracts related to cost overruns. If they didn't provide the right information the first time in their bid, why should we expect that they're not going to go over the cost that they've projected? And how do we protect the district in the event that those cost overruns actually come to be? Because I'd much rather award it to a contractor that did have their bid packet complete and correct, and pay a little bit more so that we actually know that we have somebody that knows how to do things the right way, hopefully the first time. And I am absolutely not comfortable, as somebody who is responsible, has a fiduciary responsibility for this community, without seeing a contract, without even seeing anything in here that says that our district council has reviewed it as to form and like it, all these other things that we sign say, I don't want to delay the tank. I do not support making this waiver of the minor requirement because I don't think that just going with the lowest bidder is the right way to go. I'm very thankful that Mr. Fiscalini came today to raise his issues. I'm sorry that we didn't communicate, and I hope that we'll turn over a new leaf and that will change. It sounds like the entire board is looking for that to happen, and I think it's entirely appropriate for him to contact our general manager if he's having trouble getting a hold of the contractor who is awarded the contract. But I am not going to vote for a contract when I haven't even seen the contract. I don't care how big it is. Provide it to the board, even in electronic format. I'm not comfortable doing that.
Madam President, if I can,
Yes.
that's why we have William. You know, if you think your expertise is in evaluating and determining if it's an appropriate contract, then I will get it to you. But our district council has looked it over. But that's why we have William. We're not going up there and going to tell William how to manage that project. William's doing it. So William is our representative. William is your staff person, my staff person on this job. I trust that William, as our contract manager for this job, will do a good job. I trust that the bid docs that he approved and reviewed by our district council are good, solid bid docs. I trust that he's going to do a good job for us. And that's maybe a different style that I have, but that's why we hired him, because Bob and I are not qualified to do a job like this. We hire qualified people to evaluate those contracts and to look at them and to manage them. And we step back and we hope that they do a good job for us. And if we were to do this, I guarantee you there'd be more problems associated with Mr. Fiscalini. And I want to go on the record, I've heard it said a million times here, that I didn't communicate with Mr. Fiscalini. That's just not true. When I felt the dialogue was being, forcing the district into a position that was not consistent with the project and what we wanted to do, and from the get-go, the strategy was, and it was communicated to Mr. Fiscalini, that the methods and means to do this would be determined by the contractor. And that's still the position of the district. And we'll meet with him and we'll talk with him. But again, to say that I did not, correspond with him is a little bit of a mischaracterization.
But I want to be clear, too, in the record now, I do want to let the record show that as a follow-up, and I'm glad that Mr. Fiscalini was here and felt comfortable to share his comments, too, that the follow-up with Director Sanders and with you and perhaps legal counsel, that will be a follow-up that will happen.
Well, William will be there, too, because
and William absolutely
William is
there.
our hired gun on this
Absolutely.
job.
Yes, sir.
And without having him on board, and and district council
Yeah.
can comment on the contract, but it would be well.
So the key people will be there, and that's really important. And I look forward to kind of hearing about that from, in fact, Mr. Fiscalini and from others, all of you. And this is how we solve problems as we begin the face-to-face dialogue. Come forward.
Then I have a comment.
In listening to this conversation, I don't believe that it is the contractor who should be I don't believe they have the right for compensation package for whatever you guys work out in this discussion you have with Mr. Fiscalini and whomever. But I don't think it's within their right to work out a compensation package. It's the CCSD's right. And I don't want to see another lawsuit. You talk about costs of lawsuits. This is going to end up, I think, in a lawsuit. You've got one contractor already hired a lawyer, and now you've got Mr. Fiscalini kind of ticked off. Is it worth it? Is it really worth it?
I think we're trying to talk with Mr. Fiscalini is...
No, but my question is about the contractor that you are going to vote on, the lowest bidder. How is that person or that company going to negotiate a compensation package for the loss of his grazing for 6 months? That's the question I have. And could maybe Mr. Sanders or Mr. Carmel please address that?
Nobody suggested that the contractor is going to negotiate whatever compensation
Mr. Gruber was.
Fiscalini may be due. The
Mr.
district will do that.
But Mr. Gruber is not
I'm
saying that.
I'm sorry, I think you may have misunderstood, but
Well, you're making that clear then, that distinction that you, the board, and whoever meets with Mr. Fiscalini and the contractor. But I do agree with Amanda Rice, Director Rice. Why would you give it to someone just because it's the lowest one that has not completed the application for it, for the bid, properly? We've done this before and we've gotten into a mess. Cost us way more than the difference in the next, maybe the next one higher.
may I speak to that?
Yes,
Thank you.
Director Sanders.
I'm sure that the district council will confirm that we have a legal obligation to award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder. Is that correct?
Responsible and responsive.
And as the district council explained, there is a requirement in the bid package that the contractor prove that he is duly licensed to perform the work. There are several ways to do that. The district council articulated those ways. The contractor forgot to put a copy of his license in the bid package, but there are other ways that the contractor was able to demonstrate that he is duly licensed. That is a very minor mistake on the part of the contract. You bet.
Okay. Director
Can I make an
Banner?
additional comment? I do think that what I was hearing is that our representative who is going to be dealing with the actual contractor for construction was restraining the access so that each one of those contractors could discuss easier ways to do the project. That's up to the contractor, not the district. And I think that some of the unresponsiveness was to keep that concentration there so that the discussion for an additional easement would go directly from the successful contractor to Mr. Fiscalini if he wanted to. I think what we're offering here is the opportunity for Mr. Sanders and perhaps Mr. Gruber to get together when the contractors are there to maybe provide an easier way or an alternate way for that contractor to now deal and minimize the amount of pain they might have to go. I do have one question. If we award this to this bidder, is it easy for that bidder to back out?
No, he'll sign a binding contract.
Okay.
And I did want to point out that I'm pretty sure the RFP for this project came to the board, which included the contract itself, and that's the point in time that you typically review the contract.
Okay. Well, that being said, it's been moved and seconded, and I call for the question.
Further discussion? Director Rice?
Thank you, President Robinette. I don't want to belabor this too much. My concern, cost overruns, change orders, and how those things happen. There's no single public works project that it ever meets the bid that comes in. I understand that. I'm concerned that this is not the way to go. And having the contract when we approve the RFP is while might be technically true, it still does not make me feel like we're going to be if they make a mistake, what happens if they make a mistake? I don't want to tell them how to do the job. What I'm saying is I don't want the district on the hook for replacing a 150-year-old Adobe gate. I want to make sure that the district is protected from unanticipated cost overruns that are not our fault, but instead the fault of the contracting, the person that put the bid in, and or the person that's helping manage this project. That's where my objections come in, mostly related to the costs and how we protect, because we had a contract with CDM Smith and there were problems with that there were all kinds of overruns with costs, and I don't want that to happen again. And without having assurances that that won't happen, I know it's not going to be perfect. I expect that probably we won't meet the bid, which is why it almost doesn't,
I'm done. I think I explained where I stand on this, and I appreciate Director Sanders clarifying some things, but I still don't feel comfortable voting for this.
Let me throw something out here, Madam President. When I was on the board in the early 2000s, we not only replaced, but we significantly enlarged the Pine Knolls water tank facility. 2 very, very large tanks. In fact, we doubled the amount of storage capacity that the district has. That site, anybody's free to drive up to the top of Pine Knolls and see it. That site is far more constrained than the Fiscalini tank site. It's virtually in the backyards of 2 adjoining homes. And just by very careful management, it all worked out. And I'm very confident that that will be the case with regard to this project. It just takes some good communication. That's all.
Okay, are we ready for the vote? Okay. All right, may we have a roll call vote, please?
$500,000 lawsuit over the Pine Knolls tank, and you guys aren't willing to let this go for one more month?
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Sanders? Director Rice?
No.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion passes 4 to 1. Okay, let's move then on to item D, under 9. And this is under item D, discussion and consideration of the preliminary budget for the fiscal year 2016-2017. And introduction, Mr. O'Reilly.
Madam President, members of the board, I have a PowerPoint presentation. You have before you a 38-page preliminary budget. I'm going to just go over the details real quick with this PowerPoint, and then at the end, if you want to discuss some of the details, I'm happy to do that. We have 3 funds: general fund, wastewater fund, and water fund. They're all 3 stand on their own. As we've talked about many times, funds in the wastewater fund and the water fund cannot be transferred to another fund. Funds in the general fund can be used in other funds if the district decides to do that. In the general fund, there are 4 departments: fire, facilities and resources, park and recreation, and administration. In the wastewater fund, there's only 1 department. It's the operations department. And in the water fund, there are now 3 funds and 2 capital projects: the Water Department Operations Fund, which has been around for decades, the Sustainable Water Facility Operations Fund or Department, the SWF Capital Cost Recovery Department. So those are the 3 departments in the Water Fund. And then there are also 2 capital projects: the Sustainable Water Facility Project and the Santa Rosa Creek Project. So we'll be talking about budgets for all of those. Initially, I'd like to talk about staffing a little bit. Staff is proposing that we make the following changes to the staffing authority for the district. We're adding 3 firefighters that are funded through the SAFER grant that's already been approved. And right now in the existing budget, we have 4 part-time positions in the administration department. What we're recommending is that we take 3 of those and make them full-time, and we take 1 of those and delete the position altogether. In essence, that will, if you look down at the bottom, does this have a pointer on it? Yeah. If you look down at the bottom here, our full-time equivalent positions will go from 31.5 this year to 35 next year. That's an increase of 3.5. 3 of those are firefighters, and 1/2 will be in the administration department. Some of the major assumptions: property tax revenues are going to increase 5%. They've actually, the last 2 years, increased 6%, but we're using 5% for this year. And the fire benefit assessment is going to increase 2%. It's based on CPI. It's probably not 2%, but even if it's only half of that, it's only $4,000. So we're using the assumption of 2%. The other big assumption, staffing makes up about 50%, 48% of the overall cost for the district. And that's going to include cost of living allowances for the employees, which are based on existing memorandum of understandings, agreements that are in place. The SEIU employees are going to get a 3.5% increase on July the 4th, SEIU being everything other than fire. And the IAFF, which is the firefighters, are going to get a 3.5% increase on December the 20th. And those are built into this budget. So we're going to start with the general fund, the fire department revenues of $1.9 million and expenditures of $1.9 million for a balanced budget. Staffing includes a fire chief, 3 fire captains, 3 fire engineers, 3 safer firefighters, and 12 reserve firefighters who make up the 4th person on the truck. This budget already includes the ALS pay, which was approved earlier in this meeting. The fire department capital projects include 2 trucks, and actually I've been talking to the fire chief the last couple of days. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to the general manager. We want to include a first out fire truck, a new first out fire truck. We have a quote for the truck that the firefighters want. It's a $620,000 item, and we're looking at 3 ways to finance it. One is to just pay cash for it, which we're not going to do. The second way is to get a loan from the manufacturer, and we have a quote on that. It'd be $135,000. And the third way is to get a loan through Municipal Finance Corporation, which is serves public entities, and we've received loans from them before. I got a quote today. I haven't looked at it yet, and it would be about $131,000 a year. That's for a 5-year loan, not a 7-year loan. On the fire rescue truck, the fire department, the fire chief would prefer to buy a new regular pickup truck for the fire chief. The one they have now is not adequate to store gear and provide what they want in the way of response for the fire chief himself. They'd like to delay the fire rescue truck. So the cost will be a little less for a fire chief truck than for a fire rescue truck. And I got to talk about this more with the fire chief and the general manager. And at the next meeting, we'll bring a more definitive recommendation. But right now, what the budget includes is $50,000 for a fire rescue truck. But like I said, I need to talk about that more with the fire chief. Facilities and resources, another balanced budget, $619 in revenue, $619,000 in costs. Staffing includes a supervisor and 2 maintenance technicians, which is what they've had for many years. There's nothing really different about this budget except that it includes $25,000 for, I've called it tree management. Last year we had $75,000 in this budget for that. I don't think we spent quite all of that, but this year we've only got $25,000. And there are no capital projects in this budget. Parks and Recreation is a relatively high budget this year, $161,000. But that's because there's no staffing included in this budget. That's because it includes $135,000 for each East Ranch improvements. This is a project that started last year when the board dedicated, we had a Prop 1A reserve of $159,000. The board dedicated that to East Ranch improvements. Between then and now, we've expended $10,600 on a topographic study. I don't know why this doesn't show. Is there a reason yeah. Yeah, the other one is grading and erosion. $13,200. Anyway, it leaves $135,000 for expenditure on that project this year. The next department is the administration department. There's almost $1.8 million in revenues and almost $1.8 million in expenditures. And I've broken out the revenues to indicate where the money comes from to support administration. The fire department and their budget provides $213,000 in reimbursement to the general fund. That's 12% of the total budget. Facilities and resources, 91,000, 5%. Parks and recreation, 15,000 or 1%. The water department, 582,000 or a third of the total budget. Wastewater, 429,000 or 24% of the budget. And then other sources of revenue are another 25% of the budget. Those are primarily property taxes and franchise fees that we get from the garbage company. There are 9 people in administration, and on the bottom, all 5 of those people are now full-time people, where before 3 of them were part-time people. Capital improvements in the administration fund, these are both carryovers from last year. Funds $40,000 to replace the servers and $5,000 to upgrade the website. So basically, this is a summary of the total general fund. It's a balanced budget. Revenues equal expenditures. The wastewater fund, it's also a balanced budget. Revenues equal expenditures. Staffing includes a wastewater supervisor and 4 wastewater operators. The reason we can have a balanced budget is because of the rates that were approved in February. And this is it's hard to see, and I have 2 more slides that break it down by revenue and expenses, but basically the approved rates estimated we have $1.9 million in revenue and a little less in expenditures for a $45,000 surplus. The proposed budget on this side has exactly the same revenues and expenditures, so there is no surplus. This is the revenues comparing the rates that were approved in February to the proposed budget. The wastewater sales are the same and the standby fees are the same, but on the proposed budget, there's a $500,000 in loan proceeds that the staff is recommending, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a minute. On the expenditure side, most of the budgeted expenditures, with the exception of this $515,000 for capital projects, are the same, with the exception of professional services. They're a little higher, and that's due to the fact that the approved rates did not include funding for balanced public relations, and this budget includes that funding. That's $51,000. The approved rates did not include any funding for any infrastructure improvements. They provided $250,000 for maintenance each year, but the thought was, when we did that rate study, was that the wastewater facility needed significant improvements, and that we would do a separate study, hopefully soon, to figure out what we needed to do to be able to improve the wastewater facility to the point where it was acceptable. What staff realized recently in the last couple of months, that we need to make some emergency improvements in the wastewater facility, and they're listed here. Whoops. They're listed here. There's about $500,000 of them. And the way we intend to fund that, or the way we recommend that we fund that, is that we use some of the $250,000 that's included for maintenance to pay debt service instead, and to have the wastewater fund borrow $515,000 from the general fund on a fixed 7-year repayment schedule at 3%. And that would cost $69,761 a year, which will leave us $180,000 to perform routine maintenance in the wastewater facility. And staff believes that if we make these emergency repairs, that $180,000 will be adequate to perform maintenance during the year. It's hard to see because this is not completely on the slide, but basically this is just reiterating the fact that the existing rates in the wastewater department are not adequate to provide for required long-term infrastructure improvements. We need an additional rate study, or we need an additional project to look at that. In the water fund, we have 5 areas that I'll go over in a minute. The operations department is funded through the rates that were approved in February of this year. The 2 SWF areas, the operations and the cost recovery, are funded by rates that were approved in 2014 when the SWF project was approved. The SWF project itself is funded through a Prop 84 grant and a loan, totaling a little over $13 million. And then the Santa Rosa Creek project, which was initiated at the same time as the SWF project, but it's really a separate project. It has nothing to do with the SWF. It's funded by a drinking water drought grant and fund balance, and I'll go through the details right now. A summary of those 5 areas shows that in the water fund operational area, the operations department has a balanced budget, and that's because of the rates that were approved in February. The SWF operations department has a deficit of $115,000, and the SWF cost recovery budget has a surplus of $20,000. So the net impact of those 3 operating areas on the water fund is a deficit of $95,000 for the year in this budget. The SWF project itself, the staff is not proposing any changes to the existing budget, and I'll show it to you in a minute, but it's exactly the same as what was approved for last year. The Santa Rosa Creek project we're recommending like an $8,000 increase, and I'll show you that in just a minute. For water, staffing includes a supervisor and 4 operators, just like in wastewater. The water department operations budget is balanced. I just talked about that. And again, it's because of the rates that were approved in February. On this side, it shows that the projections for that study where we'd have a $58,000 surplus, in fact, we're recommending a balanced budget. There's no surplus in it. On the revenue side, the approved rates would show a $3.2 million income. The budget has $2.9 million. The big difference is right here. The approved rates included $100,000 annually for debt service on a $1 million debt. Staff has only identified $660,000 right now, which is for the Fiscalini tank. The remaining major projects, whenever we feel like we have the capability to do that, we'll come back to the board and ask to borrow additional money, and then we'll spend it on those projects. But right now, we're not ready to move forward with that. So that's why there's a difference down here between what we could have spent and what we're recommending that we spend. On the expenditure side, the same thing. We have the approved rates would have paid for $1 million in capital expenditures. We're only going, I'll show you in a minute a breakdown. There's 770, there's 660 for the Fiscalini tank, which are being funded with the loan, and then there's 110 for other projects that are being funded out of regular revenue. The big difference here is for personal services. Again, balanced public relations is $51,000 of that, and we've included $75,000 for an urban water management plan. So those are the 2 big differences between what was approved in the rate study and what we've included in the budget. These are the capital projects that we're proposing. There's the Fiscalini tank. That's going to be funded by a loan. The rest of it, $110,000, is being funded from the rates, the revenue that the rates are generating this year. On the SWF operations area, the revenues are $111,000, expenditures are $227,000 for a $115,000 deficit. The revenues in this area come from the additional charge that's made when the plant is operating. And the reason that it's so far short of what we had hoped it would be was that when the rate study was done in 2014, it was assumed that consumption would go down 20%. And in fact, consumption has gone down 40%. So we're not getting nearly the revenue that was projected in 2014. On the expenditure side, again, we go back to the rate study in 2014. We didn't anticipate $32,000 in legal fees each year, and we didn't anticipate $80,000 in lab testing each year. So these expenditures are substantially higher than what were projected in the rate study. It is staff's hope that in the future, at some point in time, two things will happen. One, consumption will go up a little bit, increasing revenues, and those two areas, lab testing and legal, will go down, so that at some time in the future, this will be a balanced budget. In the cost recovery section, the revenues are $831,000, expenditures of $811,000 for a surplus of almost $20,000. The revenues come from the monthly charges for the SWF facility. There's a base charge and a usage charge every month on every customer for every CCF of water used. That's what goes into this budget, and that's why we have adequate funds. Again, in 2014, it was expected that this would generate $1 million a year, but because the consumption is lower than what was projected, we're only getting $800,000. On the expenditure side, the vast majority of it goes to debt service to pay off the loan, and that's the intent. That's what it was supposed to do. But there's also some in here for salaries, for just maintaining the system when it's not operating, and for some operational expenses while it's not operating. But the bottom line is that we have a slight surplus in that area. The Santa Rosa Creek project is just a little different than what it was last year. I'll show you on this slide. It's a little hard to read, but last year the approved budget was $307,876. This year, oh, this is revenues, I'm sorry. Okay, we're not changing that this year. We're still looking to, we haven't gotten the 20% retainer, and we're still hoping to do that fairly soon. So the revenues are $307,000. On the expenditure side, last year, the approved budget was $394,000. Now we think it's going to be $400,832. So we're asking the board to approve a $6,000 increase in expenditures for the Santa Rosa Creek project. And we're getting real close to being done with this project. We hope to finish it by the end of this fiscal year so we can write it off and not include it in the actual budget for next year. Hopefully we'll get it done. But if we don't, then we need to approve this budget just in case we don't get it finished. And the very last budget is for the SWF project itself. This is exactly the same as it was in February when it was approved by the board. We have a loan that we've received of $8.9 million. We have a grant that we've received of $4.3 million, which is a total of $13,321,000. We have budgeted expenditures of $12,910,000, leaving funds available that are not committed of $411,000. Now this $12 million, we've only spent about $11 million so far. So we've still, the board has approved about almost $2 million more in expenditures than we've spent so far. But we're working on that. We're still doing work out there. And that's the budget. I'm ready to answer questions. Pardon?
Director Sanders.
Question. Patrick, good job of distilling all the information.
Thank you.
You broke it down very nicely, I thought. Question for the general manager. You've got an increment of money budgeted for engineering on the rodeo grounds pump station. Is that enough to take it to final engineering?
That particular line item, Director Sanders, was for the piping that goes from the rodeo grounds. It extends eastward and goes under that pedestrian bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes, it's a main feeder line for the community.
Okay.
We're concerned that that line, if it was to break, would render a good portion of the community without water. So we want to design that portion of the replacement of that pipe. So when it said rodeo grounds, it was not for the replacement of the rodeo grounds itself. That's going to be, what I would like to do regarding that is once we get the Fiscalini tank completed, and we know that the rate structure for the water side included us to be able to handle debt service, then we rekindle the work that's already been done on the rodeo grounds by RBF, which is now Michael Baker International, and get those documents completed and get them out to bid and see where we are cost-wise.
Good.
We could very easily, with the remainder of the revenue generated from the water side, be able to cover the debt service to get that done. But that's going to be about 6 months or so down the road.
Okay.
Okay, and I would like to turn to public comment. We have some requests for public comment on 9D. First, Jerry McKinnon.
Is it push button society? Guess it's on. Okay. Jerry McKinnon. Once again, I'm reminded that curiosity killed the cat. So here I stand. I looked at the administrative income on the budget sheet, and it showed $1,786,690. Now, in each of the departments, there's a line item called allocated overhead, which is a kickback to the administration. The kickback to the administration is $1,332,316, which is 74% of the administrative income. So I think the public needs to be reminded that when we see this budget for a particular department and it shows a whole lot of money being spent, have to recognize that the portion of that money being spent in that department is kicked back to support the administration. It's 25% of the administration function comes from other sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have on 9D, Tina Dickinson.
Okay, thank you. You know, I've run a household for a long time. I've helped run businesses, and I have never gone in the red, always been in the black. And I've looked at what sources can I come up with, done fundraisers for major ballet companies when my girls were in ballet in a company. And I mean, I made money for companies, and I'm aghast at two sources of revenue that one you have control over and you've decided to just axe it. And that is the penalties and surcharges for those high users. They should be paying penalties and surcharges. That would be more revenue coming in to the coffers of the CCSD. The other problem that you have is State Parks is still using porta potties and they are not hooked up to CCSD water as we speak. That's a loss in revenue. That means you need to be making more money. You have these rate increases, but you just say to those high water users, no problem, we got the rate increases, just no problem, you can just use whatever you want. That's not okay. That is not acceptable. And I just really have problems with the way, with all due respect to the finance manager, he's dealing with what you guys approve. You make the policy for whatever, and he's dealing with that. But I still see major issues. We need millions for the wastewater treatment plant that should have been addressed long before the emergency water supply facility. This is crucial, it's critical. And I would say that you need to really carefully look at this budget and decide where you can add to your revenue and where you can subtract from the expenditures, because I don't think it has really been looked at in a way that I certainly, not being an accountant, but I certainly know how to save money and I know how to make money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would respond on the one suggestion you had. I would agree with you. I would like it. We did meet with the state park superintendent, and we wanted them to start using the water. The state of California will not allow any state parks at this time with the drought to use the water, but I know we would like that too. I agree with you.
That's why you shouldn't have gone away.
But it's a fact. I mean, it's not our choice.
I know.
I thought you probably did.
I do my homework.
Okay, no further requests for public comment on 9D, so let's move now then into any further board discussion.
No, I just, if it, I don't think there's a motion required, we just accept the budget.
Yeah, we'll have a motion and.
Okay.
Motion
Well, I move
and-
that we accept the budget, I guess, if you need a motion.
Okay, it's
I
been
don't-
moved. And will it be, okay, and it's been seconded by Vice President Thompson.
It's a preliminary budget. There's no
It was
action.
Director Behringer.
If I can interrupt, this is just a preliminary budget. There's no action needed. It'll come back as a final budget.
Okay, that's why we have you here.
I move that
Just
we-
checking, see how far this would go.
I move
was
that we move
asleep.
on.
Okay, good job, Mr. Carmel. Okay, let's move then.
President Robinette.
Director
She
Wright?
has a comment, I think.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
First, thank you, Patrick, for the presentation and the good documentation. One of the questions I had, because there had been on the agenda for today the contract for the general manager, and so I don't know if you had a chance, if those numbers were already in the budget for next year. So this budget, these numbers would reflect essentially approval if at some point we get to that.
It's just a budget, but
No, I know,
it
it's
includes
just
the
a budget,
numbers.
it can be
Yeah.
changed. I just wanted to know, because there are some parts of the budget that aren't covered entirely.
yeah.
So I wanted to make sure. The other thing was, and you did note that balanced public relations was not included in the rate study, and yet which is something that the board approved, doing the rate study that way, and yet we're still gonna pay for balanced public relations, and I'm not sure where that money comes from. If it's not coming from, it must be coming from the general fund. And is it going to be split between this SWF and the, can you address how that's going to be covered?
Yeah, it doesn't come specifically from any place, but it's in the water fund and the wastewater fund. And it's covered by the rates that were approved, because it's not a one-to-one thing between what was approved and what's being expended.
Right.
So
Here's my concern for the board to understand where my concern is coming from. We approved the numbers we worked on as the rates committee didn't include money for the balanced public relations, which that was part of what we did with the rates, kind of partially, so that they wouldn't be super high. And my concern is that we've now got the cost back in there, and we don't exactly know where it's going to come from when there's a lot of things that we need to be doing, and that's going to run us in the red. It wasn't included. I know when the rates come in, the rates pay for what gets in the water, and I understand that's the mechanism of it. But it makes there's no red.
That was my point in showing those slides about the rate study compared to the budget. In both of those departments, it's a balanced budget. So whatever, you know.
Are we putting anything under the SWF for balanced public relations? Because it
No.
had been split 3 ways,
No.
but now it's not going to be, even though that's the majority of
where
No,
the majority.
It's just in water and wastewater.
And SWF is part of the water fund, right?
That's correct.
But
But it's
it's-
not. It's in Water Operations Department. That's where we put it.
Seems to me if he's helping us with the SWF, that's
If
kind
the
of where.
board tells
I
me to put it
understand
somewhere else, I'll put
I
it
understand, this is why I'm bringing this up, so that the board can understand where my concern lays. Just making sure that we're getting everything, that we're actually doing what we're have in writing that we're doing. And the reason why we didn't have it in the rates was because it wasn't, well, the reason why I didn't want to have it in the rates, I'm not going to speak for any other board member, but the reason that I didn't want to have it in the rates was I didn't think it's an appropriate expenditure. Whether the board wants to continue with that is up to us in June when the contract comes up, so.
General Manager Gruber, you
Yes,
had
yes.
some comments?
We're going to meet with the budget committee, one more time based on input, not actually two more times. We brought a draft budget to you a month earlier than we usually do, so wherever the board feels appropriate, if you wanted to divide it in a third, let's say, and put a third of it, as Director Rice had indicated, in the SWF, then, I'm sorry, we're here to present the information and get feedback from you, and if you have an area that you feel needs to be addressed, like you're raising, then we'd be more than happy to do that. And that might be a little more acceptable to the budget committee and the board, but whatever you want to do.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion then on the budget? Okay, then we are ready to move on to the next item, and that is 9E, and that is related to discussion and consideration of amending the bylaws relating to the time of regular meetings of the directors, the Board of Directors. And so Mr. Carmel is wanting to introduce that.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board. This issue of changing the meeting times has been discussed briefly by the board on several occasions recently, at least some or all of the meeting times. Staff is looking for specific direction at this point in time with regard to the issue. Right now, the meeting time is set forth in the bylaws, as you probably know. I've included a resolution in there to take it out of the bylaws as one option. That's not critically necessary. If you plan on keeping the time at 12:30, the bylaws do have some flexibility in them now, which will allow you to schedule intermittent night meetings. The issue is night meetings. So there are various options. I think after the discussion, we can sort of decide what the best course of action would be. And with that, I'll just turn it back to the board.
Okay, we have two requests for public comment. And so first request is from Christina Tobin.
Ooh, long meeting, almost 4 hours. You can see the crowds stand out quite a bit. Usually does that, I've noticed, after about the 2-hour marker. So I'm Christina Tobin, resident here in Cambria. The biggest thing that is a barrier to the community, I feel, involvement, is daytime meetings. The people who can come are mostly retired individuals. The working people can't. Few can afford to take over a day, a month off of work to go to a meeting, vacation time. The community has spoken in the March 24th meeting. They want meetings to be twice a month, one during the day to discuss technical issues, discuss that in greater detail with Mr. Behringer. Rice have supported that. In the evening, more of the community sort of issues, twice a month again. I am very disappointed the CSD board didn't follow through as promised during the March 3rd special meeting, stating that they would add to the agenda during the March 23rd meeting to discuss the possibility of holding future meetings in the evening. Amanda Rice was the exception. She did ask, respectfully so, President Gail Robinette to fix this error prior to the deadline, Monday, 6 p.m. of the March 24th meeting, and to add it to the agenda, but she chose not to. I followed through on my end. I worked really hard. I followed through on my end with the understanding and the word of the board on the March 3rd special meeting, with the help of others, to pack the room, 30, 40 people, 34 people, to 40, somewhere in there, with individuals in support of this time change. And, You know, I know that there's been some hesitance. I've already mentioned with Gruber, I won't bring it up again, why you are against the evening meetings. But your, again, role says that you're to be involved during the evening, day, weekends, when you said you're in bed by 8 p.m. Well, and so, not a funny joke. It's a very serious matter. Mr. Sanders, I know that you feel that two agendas a month might be a lot for our general manager. I think he hopefully is capable of doing that. Owner of 927 Brewery, True Earth Market, Christina Gordon Heindrich, Oz Chris Barron, Christopher and Dinah Brazelton, owner of Bridge Street Inn, of Cambria Wellness, Brian and Jenna Mueller, Janny Myers, Jill Knight, Friends Today, and many, 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 many more on social media want this meeting. So I end on this note that the board, I feel, needs to begin listening to the community today, right now, today, and propose adding these changes to the bylaws today. I have followed through on my end. I hope that you follow through on your end and listen to the community and do this very thing. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
And next on public comment, Tina Dickinson.
Thank you, Tina Dickinson. On this item, I've spoken up before when this has come before the board. I guess I could say I'm retired. However, I feel like I'm a full-time employee outside of the CCSD, working, researching. So much of my time is spent. When I come to you, it's not because I am not ill-prepared. Believe me, it takes hours and hours to work through these agenda packets, to work through items that come up in the paper, whatever. I have no problem attending an evening meeting. I have no problem attending a 12:30 midday meeting. But I do think it's only fair to those who do work in our community that they be given that opportunity to come to a board meeting and learn more about what is happening with their community government. As I shared with all of you at the meeting at the CCSD office when we first discussed this, NAPOMO is the only other agency, with the exception of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, who meets during the day. And we're the only other one. And I think we do have lots of people who work in this town. I think it's only fair to them that at least maybe we could do an alternating kind of situation where we have one in the evening, one next time we alternate in midday, twice a month maybe, as Director Sanders has said, that it might be a little much for the staff, although I think with all the special meetings that I've added up over the last year, staff has had to prepare packets so much of the time in addition to the regular board meeting packet once a month, all these additional meetings. And now we've got the BRP that they're having to work on as well. So I'm struggling with it. I would say, please, have the flexibility, allow that to go forward so that you can have some evening meetings and be fair to all of the community. And I'm gonna take the liberty, if I may. The previous item, I agreed. I wanted to bring up actually what Amanda Rice brought up, and did the budget include the general manager's projected proposed 6-year contract? I was curious about that. I think the finance manager answered that, and other than that, that's what I have to say about this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more requests for public comment. So we will open up for discussion with the board. And I see Director Behringer first.
I would like to make it brief. I move that we amend the bylaws so that we can be flexible and accept the resolution that has been prepared by Mr. Carmel. It's the ideal solution. It allows us to be flexible on an agenda-by-agenda item. So I move that we approve the Resolution 9E.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, we've got to. Let's go with Vice President Thompson. Come back to you.
Yeah, I want to say up front that I do, and I have always supported some evening meetings. I mean, it's, I think Kathy did a poll kind of an informal poll, and there were probably about an equal number of people that said they cannot come to a day meeting and absolutely would not come to a night meeting. So basically, either way, we tend to disenfranchise somebody. So I do prefer to mix it up a little bit and have some meetings in the evening. Just for fun, at the March 24th meeting, I took an hourly reading of the room, if you would. And at 6 o'clock, when we convened the meeting, there were 18 people in the room, and a good number of them were here for the safer. No, at 7 o'clock there were 34. At 6 o'clock, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's not go there. Let's let him continue.
Shortly
please.
thereafter, the room filled up with 34, but at 6 o'clock there were 18. Okay, and that included about 15 safer firemen and their families and so forth. At 7 o'clock, there were 34 in the room, which included presenters, and I think that there were probably about 10 or 12 that were specifically here for the night meeting, because they're folks that I did not normally see here during day meetings. So I figured 10 to 12 were here specifically for the night meeting. At 8 p.m., there were 14 people in the room plus 3 presenters, and most of the people still in the room were normally attend the day meetings. Mike Lyons, Ted Siegler, Mark Richmond, several others. So basically, we see those people also in the daytime. At 9 o'clock, there were 17 in the room, so I guess some folks were out when I did my 8 o'clock count. At 10 o'clock, there were 10 people in the room, and almost all of them were normally here in the daytime. So what was said about the fact that, and we see here too, after about 2 hours.
You turn up, yeah.
After about 2 hours, we lose a good number of people, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to sit here for 4 hours either if I had to sit on those chairs. But again, my point being that, yes, I would like to see more night meetings. And again, I think that we need to, to be mindful of the folks that will not attend night meetings. But I think people that are interested in at least the first couple hours of being here would probably come to both.
I think Director Rice was next.
Thank you, President Robinette. I've been waiting since January to make comments, since the other discussions we've had on this have not been at times when it was on the agenda, and I'm glad to finally see it on the agenda. The purpose of this board is to provide oversight of the general manager who's supposed to implement the policies of the board. It's super clear. After 6 hours, it's kind of rough to make a good decision and have a good discussion where you can actually think. And I think that no matter how awesome all 5 of us are, that's just a true statement. And I don't think it's comfortable chairs that keeps us here 4 hours. I think if we had more than one meeting a month, it would make a much shorter period and would not tax our brains as much, and we probably would get more done. It's not an unusual thing to have 2 meetings. Standing committees would help too, but one thing at a time. The whole reason why I asked for this evening meeting issue to be brought up is because it is going to very shortly become almost impossible for me to afford to continue to come to daytime meetings as a board member. And you talk about disenfranchisement, that disenfranchises me, but it also disenfranchises the people who have a voice through me and the rest of the community, whether they agree with me or not, because we need to have 5 board members in order for this board to make good decisions. I think all 5 brains up here can contribute something, and there will be a lot of meetings that it doesn't matter what time of day it is. If the regular board meetings are held in the evening, I will be able to take enough time off during daytimes to do the kind of meetings that the ad hoc committee meetings that we have with staff, because each one of those things causes me to lose a day of work when I have to take the whole day off because there's a meeting. originally, when the Special Services District, the Community Services District law was put in place in 1958, they set compensation for board members at $100. Since I joined the board, it's been $75 per day of service. In 1958, $100 would have covered what I lose in my income for a daytime meeting. $75 ain't gonna cover it, barely covers 2 hours. It's not enough to make up for me losing an entire day of work. And I am the only person sitting on this board that hasn't served as an officer. And when I was elected, I had the most votes of the 3 people, which we all had a very close number of votes, and I think that everybody that's serving on the board should be able to attend meetings. It should not be a fiscal hardship to be an elected member of a board. I have been waiting for months to say that because it is, I think, a really important thing. It is important. I don't want to inconvenience other people, and selfishness isn't just asking for what you want, it's asking everybody else to put up with what you want. However, this is a situation where, because correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Director Sanders is still full-time employment and just has more flexibility than I'm about to begin to have. But as a working person, and anybody else that wants to join this board as a working person, it makes it very, very difficult even if the meeting started at 4 instead of 12:30, it would be better. And I fully support the motion that's on the table so that we can be flexible about it. I just want to be that absolutely clear that it's going to become a fiscal hardship for me to attend committee meetings in the daytime and to continue to come to daytime meetings of the board going forward. Whether I get reelected in November, that's a whole nother ball of wax, and we could be only talking about a minor change for a couple of months. So that's what I would like this board to take into consideration, that my situation is changed to where I can no longer afford to take as many days off as I do to provide service to this community as a member of this board.
Director Behringer.
I have a comment, but it's actually on the next agenda item. I have a suggestion. So if we just get this out of the way, then when new agenda items comes up, I will bring that up. But I would call for the question.
We have a request that's come in for public comment.
And if I could just interject.
Yes.
If we're going to amend the bylaws to take the regular meeting time out, we're going to have to replace it with something at least for the remainder of the year, because we'll have no meeting time established, and that's problematic.
Well,
that ought to
but
change.
that can be on the next agenda item.
That's what I was. No, you're just directing me to bring that back. But necessarily, the discussion has to happen so we can establish meeting times at least for the remainder of this year.
Why?
Because once you take it out of the bylaws, there's no.
Oh, no, and it already says that we can do it. We can the bylaws or whatever.
That's
regular meetings shall commence, unless otherwise directed by the board of directors. So we don't even have to change the bylaws. But if we want to take the entire thing out of the bylaws, is there a bylaw that says we have to determine when the meetings are?
No, there's a state law. The Brown Act requires you to have a fixed meeting time.
State law.
Yeah.
Why don't we not amend the freaking?
You don't have to amend the bylaws. Excuse me.
Okay, I amend my motion that we don't amend the bylaws and we set meeting times. I don't know. Meeting times as according to the bylaws, by modifying it by the direction of the board.
Okay. So at this point, they'll stay at 12:30 unless you take action otherwise. And we have a meeting schedule that you guys adopted in December. And we were just, if the board wants to, delineate which meetings you may want at night. We can certainly do that next meeting or not at all, but I just wanted to raise the issue.
Okay, thanks for raising the issue. Mr. Sanders, well, let me, can
Director
I,
Sanders?
Can I comment on what my additional, oh, we're not at that, we're not at the new, suggesting new agenda items. When we get there, I was going to suggest having a meeting. Okay, we're not there yet.
Now we don't need help. We're good.
So-
We don't do this when you guys are talking. We are talking now, so we can do this, Tina. Director Sanders?
At the risk of being called a bully again, I will try and articulate my position on night meetings. I think Ms. Tobin had the mistaken impression that somehow I'm against night meetings. That is not the case. What I tried to explain to her is that, in my experience, attendance at the meetings is largely agenda-driven. If we have a particularly important item or items on the agenda that impact a lot of people in the community, maybe we ought to have the meeting at night to afford the widest array of possible of citizens of this town to attend. That's a no-brainer. And I think before I joined this board, you've done that in the past, right? You've had night meetings when there were particularly important issues. And I'm sensitive to what Director Rice is saying. I mean, we all give up a lot of compensation to serve on this board, those of us who are still working. So what I'd like to see the board do is strike a happy medium. And I don't think we can do that in the context of today's meeting. I think it takes a little bit of thought. So maybe the best thing to do is to have the executive committee come back to the board with a plan at the next meeting with a schedule of meetings that we can all kind of think about and deliberate on, get audience participation on it, and make a decision.
Madam President?
No. As the district council explained, state law requires that we adopt a schedule of meetings. I don't think we're ready right now today to adopt a schedule of meetings. If we have the executive committee come back to the next meeting with a proposal for a schedule of meetings, a revision to the schedule of meetings that was adopted before, then we'll have something concrete to deliberate about.
And just to clarify, when you say schedule of meetings, we do have the meeting date scheduled.
Yes.
So we're talking then.
Time.
Go ahead. Yes, so we're talking about time.
Just time.
And General Manager Gruber?
May I ask a question that may help move this process along? And it's really not appropriate for me as a general manager to ask one of my bosses. But in my understanding, and I think it's just a really simple question, in my understanding that and this is a question to Director Rice, that you can't make daytime meetings anymore, so the only other option will be all-night meetings?
That is, if I'm going to attend also daytime ad hoc meetings with staff, yeah.
Okay,
it's going
so
to become nearly impossible, and that, yeah.
So you're saying that it would have to be all-night meetings? I don't mean all night. They'll feel like it, but...
Yeah, no, not all, yeah, no. At least starting later than 12:30, I'm not talking about we need to start at 6 or 7. I mean, that's not what I'm saying.
You mentioned 4.
Yeah, I
4
don't have a
o'clock
problem
seemed
with,
reasonable.
and it would still be most of the year, light outside, and people who can't come at night for dark reasons, reasons of darkness. Like we had darkness earlier in the meeting. But that is, yes, General Manager Gruber, that is pretty much what I'm saying, and I do as much moving things around as I can. And I appreciate the sensitivity to the issue, because this is a request that I appreciate. There's a lot of people in town that can't participate because it's in the daytime, and there's people that can't participate because it's at nighttime. There's people who won't participate because they don't want to come to the meetings at all. I mean, you're never going to make everybody happy. I'm asking as a member of this board in a very selfish, from a very selfish place of, I won't be able to live in Cambria because I won't be able to afford it, which would really be a horrible way to have to resign from the board because of that. And I'm really hoping what we can do is to set a later date, time in the day to start the meeting. And that would be a happy medium that would work for me. And then we're not meeting until midnight. 2 meetings a month would help. We don't go to midnight, but that's something that's further down the road. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking for. And I would say I don't disagree with having a committee look at it is a good way to go. I would suggest, since I'm the one having the biggest part of the problem with the schedule, maybe I could be a part of the committee, that maybe the president could appoint an ad hoc committee to look at the schedule and the daytime evening situation.
Madam President, if I would. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, and then
with
Director Behringer.
and just to let you know from a staffing standpoint, so we're doing 2 BRP meetings a month now, full agendas. Monique's barely keeping her head above water. She's going to get an assistant. If we put another night meeting, two a month, we'll do it. Staff will do whatever you want us to do. But then we're in a continuous agenda prep mode. We're preparing 4 agenda packets, and I don't think there's any city other than the San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors who has thousands of staff. It's just, I'm not saying we won't do it, but I think it's unrealistic, because by adding 2 standing BRP meetings right now, and now you're talking about adding two meetings a month. You know, we've done it in the past, and you're absolutely right. We've had a lot of special meetings, but not in conjunction with, you know, it's my job to help you understand the limitations of staff. And I've talked about realistic expectations, and I think I want to help us be successful, but I think that's an absolutely unrealistic expectation of staff to think that we can do, just be constantly in agenda prep. Mistakes are going to be made, and it's going to burn staff out. And staff, to be honest with you, has already pushed pretty hard. So,
I again think we're talking time. I wanted to clarify that. I ask, we have our schedule, and it is 1 meeting a month, and we're talking about flexibility with time. So that's, I think we're understanding that, General Manager Gruber, that we're not looking at adding additional.
That's correct.
Meetings, no. But time, I think, is what we're trying to consider here and try to be fair about it, find a balance to it. Director Behringer?
Might I suggest that any ad hoc meetings we have are after 4 o'clock or even later? I'd be glad to accommodate that. That's the only ad hoc that Amanda and I share, so we can do that immediately. And that's one suggestion. I think we don't have if we had a motion on the board, I think we should take it off. My suggestion is that Director Rice and the President get together and review the meeting schedule.
The time schedule.
The time schedule.
Yes.
Meeting time schedule. And this,
Okay.
and I'll propose something after we get off this agenda item.
Just clarification, Director Rice, aren't you self-employed? I mean, and you can arrange your own schedule, or?
At the moment, but that is going to change. I've got another job that I'm going to be starting.
Is this all about Director Rice or the community that brought this up in the first place?
Go ahead.
I have a right to speak.
Just ignore it.
This is not.
Okay, let's continue on up here at the dais, please.
So maybe we can move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, so we need a motion, though, don't we? No? Thank heavens again, no. Okay, all right, no motion is needed, and so we'll work together with General Manager Gruber.
And bring something back for the next agenda?
I think so, on a recommendation for time-wise.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, before we leave this item, we have 2 more requests for public comment that came in after public comment. So we'll start with Jerry McKinnon.
We're still on the nighttime meetings?
Tim?
We are? Okay.
Yes, yes. It's just that I held
One
it
thing
till
that has not mentioned that may be on your mind, nobody has mentioned cable television, which puts these things out for the general public. Now, I can sit at home and watch these on weekend and know just exactly what went on in the meeting. There's other consideration. We live in a society now where just about everybody has a computer that can send emails. And it was even mentioned earlier in the meeting that you received emails related to certain subjects. Now, if there are people who are sitting at home and see the agenda and there's an important factor, well, they can send you all an email and they'll know exactly what's on their minds. I think doing either a daytime or a nighttime meeting is unconsequential. Do it to your convenience. You're the important factors. As a citizen, I can make my arrangement to come in the daytime or the nighttime or send you an email. But I think we need to depend upon what is available. I would suggest that by your meeting, you do some investigation to find out how many people watch cable television and watch this show. Satellite, does the satellite put this show on? Okay, so what percentage of our public in town has cable access? And maybe that will solve a part of the problem. I think we're just talking about something that really isn't necessary. Do it to your convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. I want you people in the audience to not address someone when they are up here having their right for public comment, because he has the right to be listened to with respect, and he listened to you with respect.
She's not listening to you.
And she doesn't
Director
hear a
Rupp.
word I'm saying now.
Very rude.
Okay, never mind. Let's move on. Well, I am just saying, I take really great expectation and pride and feeling that as a community, we are all respectful of each other. And we're all community here. And so when someone comes up and they don't agree with your opinion, you have to do what we do here at the board. You still have to respect their right to share that opinion. Thank you. Well, I appreciate. I actually wasn't necessarily talking directly to you, but anyone who does it, okay? It really wasn't about you. Okay, so we have some direction. We will meet. Is there another comment on that? Yes, thank you. We do have Jeff Walters now.
Thank you. I just basically wanted to address what Director Rice was mentioning about trying to schedule for people that otherwise would work during the day and have difficulties making some of the meetings. I've had troubles getting to some of the meetings as well. It's one of the reasons why you haven't seen me for a while. So I have many of the similar issues that she's brought up, and despite Jerry's point about broadcast doesn't necessarily mean participation. So that doesn't address the issue entirely or fully, and I think Director Rice's concerns are appropriate for a great portion of the community that does work, and at least setting it back to a time like, say, 4 o'clock, so having a meeting that lasts 4 hours, 4 to 8, would be much more appropriate for a lot of the people in the community to be able to actually meet with a meeting. So I'm hoping that, Madam Robinette, that your consideration with her about a meeting schedule and readdressing the meeting schedule would include consideration that the rest of the community that she also does represent, and her constituency is rather large, as she pointed out, because of her election, be addressed and be addressed seriously and with great concern for the fact that they do require participation, and that's part of how we actually have a community that works. And without it, it doesn't work well. And there are other problems that end up becoming real issues. Thank you for your time.
Okay. There's no further public comment now on that item. And we're not needing a motion. We have a plan. We're going to meet and talk and see if we can't find a nice recommendation. So that looks like a good start on that problem. Okay, we are now on to future agenda items. And so, any discussion? Director Behringer?
Yes. President Robinette, I suggest that we hold a special meeting next month, early in the month, with a single item to discuss and consider lifting the Stage 3 water emergency. And I suggest that we do it at 2 times that day. I suggest we start at 12:30, we take public comment, we adjourn, and we reconvene at 5:30, take additional public comment, and make a decision. That would be, that's my suggestion. And it's because Mr. Sanders is 100% right. The attendance is based upon the interest, and it's agenda-driven. No one came here today, I don't think, to listen to the budget or have any of these other issues. Everyone came here today for few people, let's just say that, few people. Mostly it's agenda-driven. And this one would get some participation, I'm sure. Does that have to be seconded? Or
It would be.
got to have 3 people agreeing to it.
Mm-hmm. Any other comment on this suggestion?
It's not a motion yet, I don't think.
No.
I generally concur with your suggestion, Director Behringer, but I think the issue is shot through with legal issues. And we really need to have the district council advise us on what all of those legal issues are. I don't think any of us is completely familiar with the emergency permit that we're operating under, so it would be good to have some fresh advice on that issue. There's the state overlay here on what our obligations are under the governor's drought declaration. And on the operations side, there are some issues with regard to turning the plant on and turning it off, and what the implications are if we lift the Stage 3 on operational flexibility. We've got to run a test in July. So there's the question of whether or not we can, if we lift the Stage 3, whether or not we can even run the test in July. I would suggest that all of that be a part of the discussion about whether or not we can lift the Stage 3. We've just got to have a full deck of cards.
Can I comment on that? One of the things that's the driving force, there's 2 driving forces in my opinion. One is we got to be telling the truth, and the truth is that we have water flowing to the ocean, and
absolutely,
the restrictions are such. Another one is that there are a group of, this board made a decision subsequent to declaring a Stage 3 emergency, where we said the projects that are in the pipeline cannot connect. If we could have just that issue on the agenda, just change that, so that those people that were that had full will serve letters, they had their plans through the county, and they aren't going to be able to connect, to get them to be able to have the authorization to connect when their project is ready. would now move, they would move forward, and right now they're in a logjam.
If you would amend your motion to include only that item, I would second that.
I move.
Well, can I, before you
Please.
make the motion, my experience tells me that by the time those applicants for a minor use permit, which they have to get from the county, and a coastal development permit, by the time they get to the Coastal Commission will deny the coastal development permit on the basis that the district is still in the stage 3.
I agree. But there are people that also, that aren't in that way. They have, in fact, cleared coastal. They have, in fact, cleared everything. When Mr. Clift was on the board, and we all agreed, we said, okay, we're in such bad trouble. It was almost 2 years ago. We're in such bad trouble, we can't even let somebody connect, even though they're there. So for those people, I'm not saying those that haven't completed everything, that the prohibition from connecting is lifted. I think that's what I think we should address. And maybe we have to wait until next month, but I would prefer we have a short meeting in the day or night or something, so that, I don't know, I think a lot of people are going to be concerned about that particular issue.
So are you saying then that we leave, based on the state and the governor and all of that, leave the emergency 3 but change one condition within the emergency?
I think we need to, point of order, Madam President, I think we need to have that on the agenda so we can have that discussion.
Correct.
Yeah,
I'm
just
suggesting
trying
that we
to
have,
clarify what it would look like if we...
at the pleasure of the president, if you could add that as an agenda item for next regular meeting, or if you feel that it's such that you want to get a nighttime input, that we maybe do a double part of that particular agenda so we can get the maximum number of people to comment on it. Because right now, next month, it's 12:30.
So as a point of order, Mr. Carmel, I can't get clarification. As a point of order, because I can't get clarification from Director Behringer on what he's proposing.
All I propose, because we're on the next agenda item section, I'm recommending to the president that they add a modification to the stage 3 emergency to be discussed at the next meeting, period.
Okay, so we won't say what the modification is till
Till you tell it.
till we add it.
Well, the modification that allows us to modify it to remove simply the prohibition on connecting for projects that are ready to connect.
And I dare ask, does that mean that the stage 3 would still be in
Yes.
effect?
Yeah, well, Mr. Sanders suggested that Mr. Hirsch, and we understand entirely all the ramifications of
The
such.
reason I ask is because I want to have clarity on this, because we can't tell our community that we're lifting the stage 3 if the governor and others are saying no.
Correct.
And then have it reimposed again in June or July, because people barely
that's
know what they're doing with their water again, and then we'll say, no, you can't.
Director
So that was
Sanders-
my thinking.
Yeah,
And
right.
so what you're saying is that really all you want is to let those that are in the pipeline right now that could connect, that have their county, their minor use permit, to be able to connect to the system.
Correct.
It's just a clarification.
Correct.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Sanders convinced me that that's a better approach.
Mm-hmm. So do we need a second on that?
Yes, you do.
I seconded to have the discussion whether or not we'd allow that. Yeah. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure that we weren't saying that that
No,
was what
no.
we were going to
It's just a
decide.
it's just a
Okay,
discussion
yes,
on it.
Discussion on that.
All right.
So just to clarify then, it's only a discussion item. You don't intend to take action at that time?
I think where action could be taken, why not?
Well, no, I'm just clarifying so we can frame it.
Well, yeah,
as such.
frame it as if we can take action. We don't have to.
Right.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so it's a motion. All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's have a roll call.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Robinette?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Anything else? Director Rice?
I would like to suggest, not necessarily the next meeting, but at some time, well, actually maybe probably the next meeting. It might behoove us to get together with the pros and the BRP committee, the Bill That Reduction Program Committee, and ourselves, and have a Brown Act training, because the new committee doesn't have any experience with it yet. I think it would be a really good opportunity to provide some of the additional structure so that we do get and make sure that the folks that we've appointed are doing what needs to be done to make sure that we are doing the right thing in terms of, and I think that a Brown Act training experience for the public too might be maybe something that would be appreciated, because I know there's some of the finer points of the Brown Act get confused. I mean, all you have to do is look on some of the comments on Facebook. People were confused about when they could do even public comment. So, and I don't think it's a very long item. So I would hope that we could do something like that.
I did want to note that there are several online courses that are available that may reduce the cost. I could provide links to those, and maybe that's an option.
Do they provide certificates of proof of like attendance or whatever?
Some of them do.
Okay.
And you may even want to go broader than that and do an AB 1234 training, which is required every 2 years anyway.
I just did mine.
Right,
so
but
they
for
should have
the
it,
for the new standing committee.
Yeah. I just think it's prudent. But if nobody else does, then we can. It would be good if we could at least disseminate links.
I'll provide the links either way.
Okay. Any further discussion or recommendations? We're getting packed up? We're getting ready? Set. Meeting is adjourned.